It's funny, the things you remember, not the big dramatic moments, not always. Sometimes it's the quiet details, the ordinary stuff that stick in your mind, twisting into something sinister only much later. I was 37 that year, an accountant, which pretty much sums up how exciting my life was. Numbers, spreadsheets, the comfortable predictability of it all. My name's Alex, and honestly, before everything went sideways, that was my biggest selling point: dependable. I lived in a small, well, let's call it a sprawling ranch house on the outskirts of Elmwood, a town so unremarkable you'd forget its name a minute after hearing it. My routine was a sacred ritual. Work, gym, dinner, a few chapters of a book, then bed. Rinse, repeat. Life was good, if a little beige. I had a decent car, paid my bills on time, and my biggest worry was whether my sourdough starter was active enough. But even a life as beige as mine needs a splash of color now and then, right? For me, that meant hiking. Not extreme wilderness survival stuff, just nice long trails in the state park about an hour's drive away. It was my escape, my personal reset button. The air out there was clean, sharp, a welcome contrast to the stale office air. And the solitude, well, that was the real draw. No ringing phones, no email notifications, just the crunch of leaves underfoot and the whisper of the wind through the pines. I'd go alone always, partly because I liked my own company, partly because none of my friends were particularly keen on spending a Saturday morning getting dirt in their boots. This particular Saturday, I remember thinking it was going to be perfect. The weather forecast had been iffy all week, but the morning dawned crisp and clear. A brilliant blue sky stretched overhead, promising a mild autumn day. I had packed my usual water, a protein bar, my beat-up compass, mostly for show. I never really got lost, and my phone, which I typically kept on airplane mode. The plan was to tackle the old Juniper Ridge Trail, a 7-mile loop I hadn't done in months. It was a less popular route, which suited me fine. Less people, more peace. I pulled out of my driveway just as the sun was really starting to climb, casting long, golden shadows across my lawn. I remember humming along to some classic rock on the radio, feeling that familiar sense of anticipation. It was just after 8 a.m. when I got to the trailhead. The small gravel parking lot, usually home to at least a few cars, was empty. A tiny flicker of surprise, but nothing more. It was early after all, and like I said, Juniper Ridge wasn't exactly a tourist magnet. A good sign, I thought, more solitude for Alex. I locked my car, adjusted my small backpack, and stepped onto the trail. The woods were quiet, almost reverent. The kind of quiet that feels like a blanket wrapping around you. The leaves, a riot of red and gold and brown, crunched satisfyingly under my hiking boots. For the first half hour or so, it was exactly what I'd come for. My mind, usually a chaotic mess of numbers and to-do lists, began to settle. I focused on my breathing, the rhythm of my steps, the subtle shift in the air as I gained elevation. The trail was well marked, a familiar path. I passed the ancient oak where I always paused for a drink, then the rocky outcrop that offered a glimpse of the valley below. Everything was normal, routine, predictable. Then I came to the old hunter's cabin. It wasn't really a cabin, more like a dilapidated shack, long abandoned, just a few rotting logs and a collapsed roof tucked deep off the main path. Most people didn't even notice the faint deer trail leading to it. I always did, though. It was a strange landmark, a little piece of forgotten history. I usually just glanced at it, a dark, silent sentinel among the trees, and kept walking. But today something was different. The silence, which had been so comforting, suddenly felt heavy, oppressive, and then I saw it, just a fleeting glimpse through the trees, something out of place, a shimmer of color that shouldn't have been there. It wasn't the faded, muted tones of nature, it was brighter, a flash of blue like a tarp or a bag. My first thought was litter. Someone had been careless. A pang of annoyance because these woods were my sanctuary and seeing trash here felt like a personal affront. But then a quick gust of wind rustled the dry leaves around the shack and I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound like fabric flapping gently. And that's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Because that blue wasn't a tarp, it was too soft, and the sound wasn't from the wind, it was more specific. Like a piece of clothing gently, steadily swaying, alone, in the dead quiet, out by the forgotten, crumbling hunter's cabin. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, profound quiet of the woods. The air, which had been crisp and invigorating moments ago, now felt thick, heavy with unspoken dread. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call seemed amplified, conspiratorial. I stood there, rooted to the spot, torn between the primal urge to flee and a morbid curiosity that held me captive. What was it? And why did my gut scream wrong with such an insistent, chilling certainty? Logic, my comfortable companion, tried to assert itself. It's just trash, Alex, some kids playing a prank, a vagrant's discarded belongings, but the feeling deep in my bones knew better. This wasn't carelessness. This was specific, deliberate. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I forced my feet to move. Each step toward the cabin felt like wading through thick mud. The faint deer trail was barely visible, overgrown with ferns and thorny brambles, as if nature itself was trying to reclaim the place to erase whatever darkness lingered there. The trees grew denser here, their ancient branches forming a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight, plunging the area into a perpetual twilight. The air grew colder too, carrying a damp, earthy smell mingled with something else. something metallic, faint, and utterly alien to the clean scent of the forest. As I drew closer, the blue became clearer. It wasn't just a flash anymore. It was a substantial piece of fabric, partially draped over what looked like a pile of debris just outside the shack's crumbling entrance. A tarp, perhaps, but the way it moved, the way it sagged, it didn't look right. And the sound was still there, a soft, rhythmic flapping, like a small flag caught in a gentle breeze, yet there was no breeze strong enough to make such a sound in this sheltered hollow. My eyes strained, trying to penetrate the shadows. The cabin itself was a skeletal ruin, more gaps than walls. One corner had completely collapsed, leaving a gaping maw where the roof had caved in. It looked like something out of a horror movie, and my imagination, usually so docile, was now conjuring all manner of unspeakable things. Then I saw it, underneath the blue fabric, a shape, an outline, something too regular to be a tree branch, too solid to be a trick of the light. It was long, and oddly still despite the fabric's gentle undulations. My breath hitched, my throat went dry. I was maybe 20 feet away now, close enough to make out details, but my mind was fighting against what my eyes were seeing. The blue wasn't a tarp. It was a lightweight jacket, a windbreaker, vibrant electric blue, the kind hikers wore. And the flapping, it wasn't the jacket itself. It was something attached to it, something thin like a sleeve, caught on a splintered piece of wood, swaying with a gentle, macabre rhythm. And underneath, peeking out from beneath the hem of the jacket, was a shoe. A hiking boot, muddy and worn, but unmistakably a human shoe. A sudden, dizzying wave of nausea washed over me. No, this wasn't happening. My mundane beige life didn't include finding this. My logical brain, the one that dealt with debits and credits, was screaming at me to turn around, to run, to pretend I'd never seen it. But my feet, heavy as lead, refused to obey. I took one more step, then another, compelled by a force I didn't understand. The smell grew stronger now, undeniable. The metallic tang, yes, but also something else, something cloying and sweet, yet deeply disturbing. The smell of decay. Then I was close enough, too close. The blue jacket was indeed a windbreaker, caught on a jagged piece of wood that protruded from the rotted logs of the cabin wall. It was covering the upper torso of a body, a person, lying face down, half buried under a scatter of leaves and branches, partially obscured by the collapsed timbers. The body was contorted at an unnatural angle, one arm flung out, the other trapped beneath it. The head was turned away, obscured by thick, matted hair. A woman, I could tell by the slighter build, the curve of a hip, even through the layers of clothing. Her jeans, dark and muddy, were ripped at the knee. The hiking boot I'd seen was still on her foot, laced up tight. The other foot was bare, the sock half pulled off, revealing pale, bloodless skin. My stomach lurched violently. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting back the bile that surged in my throat. My vision swam, the vibrant autumn colors of the forest blurring into a kaleidoscope of meaningless shapes. My ears buzzed, and the sound of my own frantic breathing filled the world. This wasn't a prank, this wasn't trash, this was real. This was a nightmare made manifest in my sanctuary. I forced myself to look again, my eyes wide and unblinking, trying to absorb every horrific detail, even as my mind screamed for me to shut them. The jacket was blue, yes, but stained, dark, rusty patches that spoke of dried blood, and the arm flung out, her fingers were gnarled, frozen in a claw-like position, scraping against the dirt. A small silver ring, simple and unadorned, was still on one of her fingers. Dead, she was dead, there was no question. The stillness, the unnatural angle, the smell, and the color of her exposed skin, it was the color of death. I staggered back, bumping into a low-hanging branch. The sudden movement snapped me out of my horrified trance just for a second. My phone, I needed to call someone, the police, immediately. My hand fumbled for my backpack, pulling it off my shoulders with clumsy, trembling fingers. I unzipped the main compartment, my gaze darting back to the body, as if afraid it would move, would sit up and scream. I found my phone, sleek and cold, in my sweaty palm. My thumb hovered over the power button. Then I stopped. My phone was on airplane mode, always, for the solitude. I remembered switching it on as I left the house, a little ritual. My signal would be non-existent out here, deep in the woods, especially in this low hollow. I'd have to go back to where I'd parked, or at least to higher ground. A wave of irrational panic washed over me. Go back alone, leaving her here, but what else could I do? I couldn't move her, I couldn't help her, she was beyond help. As I stood there, paralyzed by indecision and terror, my eyes swept over the immediate surroundings, trying to make sense of the scene, trying to find some anchor in the chaos. The cabin was mostly collapsed, but one corner still stood relatively intact, forming a crude lean-to. And tucked into the shadows, half hidden by a fallen log, I saw something else. It was small, metallic, glinting dully in the dim light. A small silver flask, perhaps, no, not a flask, something else. And next to it, partially buried, was a patch of disturbed earth, too neat, too deliberate to be natural. My accountant's brain, usually so good at pattern recognition, was firing off alarm bells. This wasn't just a dead hiker. This felt wrong, it felt deliberate. My gaze returned to the body and my eyes finally focused on her hands. The one trapped beneath her was obscured, but the exposed hand, the one with the ring. The nails were broken, chipped. And there, etched into the dirt beneath her clawed fingers, barely visible, were faint, shallow lines, not accidental scrapes. They looked like letters, a word scrawled in her dying moments. My heart slammed against my ribs again. I leaned closer, my breath held tight, ignoring the stench, ignoring the fear, compelled by an urge to understand, to witness. The letters were faint, almost erased by dirt and time, but I could make them out, 3 of them. Asentio. My blood ran cold, as in stop or maybe stone, or I couldn't be sure, the rest was lost or never there. My mind reeled, this wasn't an accident, this was a crime scene. Alex, the dependable accountant, had just stumbled upon a murder. A sudden, sharp crack from the deeper woods jolted me, a branch snapping. My head whipped around, my eyes wide, scanning the dense foliage. Was I alone? Had someone else been here? Was the killer still nearby? The thought sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me, sharp and electrifying. I needed to get out. I needed to call for help. Without another thought, I scrambled backward, tripping over roots, not caring, my eyes fixed on the still form of the woman, as if expecting her to rise. I didn't look at the dirt or the flask or anything else. Only her blue jacket, her silent, grim testament. I turned and ran, not a panicked, blind sprint, but a desperate, lung-burning flight back down the deer trail, back towards the main path. The quiet woods, which had been a sanctuary, were now a labyrinth of potential threats. Every shadow held a lurking danger, every rustle of leaves a potential pursuer. I didn't stop until I burst onto the Juniper Ridge Trail, gasping for air, my legs burning, my chest aching. The open path felt like a reprieve, a pathway to safety. I forced myself into a fast walk, then a jog, my mind racing a mile a minute. What do I do? What do I say? How do I explain this? The immediate, overwhelming instinct was to call the police. That was the civic duty. That was what any responsible person would do. But as I hurried along the familiar trail, a colder, more insidious thought began to worm its way into my mind. I was alone. I had found her. No one else knew I was here. No one else knew she was here. My dependable, predictable life had just been shattered. And a part of me, a small, terrified, deeply selfish part, wondered if I could just unsee it, unknow it, go home, forget about it, let someone else find her. The thought was instantly followed by a wave of self-loathing. How could I even consider that? A woman was dead, a victim. She deserved justice. And I was the only one who could provide it, or at least initiate it. But the fear was potent. What would happen when I reported it? The police, the questions, the suspicion. I was a man alone in the woods who had just found a dead woman. The optics were terrible. I'd be a person of interest. My life, already upended, would be scrutinized, dissected. My routine, my sanctuary, my very identity would be stripped bare. I knew nothing about this woman, nothing about how she died, who killed her. I was just the unlucky soul who stumbled upon it. And in that moment, as I trudged mechanically down the trail, the comfortable beige of my life felt like a flimsy curtain, suddenly torn away to reveal a terrifying, violent reality I was utterly unprepared for. The path twisted and turned, and I tried to focus on the crunch of my boots, the rhythm of my breath, anything to distract from the image seared into my mind. The blue jacket, the clawed hand, the faint, desperate letters in the dirt. It must have been another hour before I reached my car. The gravel parking lot was still empty, eerily so. The sun was higher now, casting harsh, unforgiving light on the scene. I fumbled for my keys, my hands still shaking, and unlocked the car. Slumping into the driver's seat, I leaned my head against the cool leather, trying to catch my breath, trying to calm the frantic beating of my heart. The first thing I did was switch off airplane mode. My phone immediately buzzed to life, a flurry of missed notifications and emails. A mundane symphony that felt jarringly out of place after what I'd just witnessed. My finger hovered over the phone icon. 911, just dial it, get it over with. But a deeper hesitation held me back. My mind, usually so clear, was a tangled mess of fear, adrenaline, and a creeping sense of self-preservation. What if I was implicated? What if the killer was still out there, watching? What if they knew I had found her? I knew the logical steps: report it, cooperate, tell the truth, but the emotional response was a suffocating dread. My life was simple. I valued my anonymity, my quiet existence. This would shatter it. I needed to think clearly. I needed to understand the implications before I made that call. An accountant's instinct, perhaps, to analyze the numbers, weigh the risks before committing. I started the car, the engine's roar, a comforting, familiar sound that momentarily drowned out the screaming silence of the woods. I backed out of the parking spot, then slowly, deliberately drove out onto the main road. I didn't speed. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I just drove, one hand gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white, the other resting on my phone, a conduit to the world I was both desperate and terrified to re-enter. As I drove, my mind started to churn, trying to impose order on the chaos. First, the facts. 1. I found a body, a woman. 2. She was dead, almost certainly murdered. 3. She left a message, SDO or something similar. 4. There was something else near her, a metallic object, disturbed earth. 5. I was alone, no witnesses. 6. My car was the only one in the lot. No one saw me arrive, no one saw me leave. The implications started to solidify, chilling me to the bone. If I reported it, I would be the sole witness, the first witness, and that put me in a very vulnerable position. What if the killer had seen me? What if they were tracking me? I needed to get home, to my sanctuary, to my predictable world. I needed to process this in a safe space, away from the scene, away from the immediate danger. The drive home was a blur. I remember passing familiar landmarks, the old diner, the hardware store, the turning for Elmwood, but they seemed distant, unreal, as if I were looking at them through a pane of frosted glass. My reflection in the rearview mirror was a stranger, pale, wild-eyed, a haunted look I'd never seen before. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the comfortable ranch house looked exactly the same. The hydrangeas were still blooming, the lawn was neatly mowed, but it felt alien too. The beige had been tainted, splattered with a dark, indelible stain. I parked the car in the garage, a reflex, then walked into the house. The silence inside was profound, no longer comforting but suffocating. I locked the front door, then the back door, and every window. A frantic, irrational urge to secure myself, to create an impenetrable barrier between me and the horror I'd left behind in the woods. I collapsed onto my sofa, the worn leather a familiar comfort, but even it felt different. I sat there for a long time, staring at nothing, trying to regulate my breathing, trying to calm my racing heart. The image of the blue jacket, the clawed hand, the message, it replayed itself endlessly in my mind, a macabre loop. My phone was still clutched in my hand. I stared at the screen. The contacts list, family, friends, no one I could call about this. How do you casually tell your sister you found a dead body? I needed to make that call. I knew I did. It was the right thing, the only thing. But the fear, the sheer, paralyzing terror of what would come next held me back. What if I could find out more first? Gather information, that's what an accountant does, due diligence. What if I could provide them with something concrete, something that would deflect suspicion, something that would make it clear I was a discoverer, not a perpetrator? This thought, however twisted, offered a perverse kind of comfort. It was a task, a problem to solve, and I was good at problems. My first thought went to the metallic object in the disturbed earth near the body. What was it, and why did it stand out to me? I hadn't gone a clear look, but the memory was insistent. It wasn't just random trash, it felt significant. I pulled out my laptop, my fingers still trembling as I typed. Missing persons, Elmwood State Park. Unsolved murders, Juniper Ridge Trail. I typed frantically, my mind a whirlwind of possibilities. The internet, usually a source of endless distraction, now felt like a tool of terrifying discovery. I found old news articles about hikers going missing years ago, but nothing recent, nothing matching the description of the woman I'd seen. There were reports of petty crime, vandalism, but no homicides. The state park, for all its wildness, was generally considered safe. I felt a surge of despair. If she wasn't reported missing, who was she? And who would know she was gone? Then another thought struck me. The parking lot. It was empty when I arrived, empty when I left. That meant if her killer had driven there, their car would have been gone by the time I arrived, or if they had walked. My mind went back to the old hunter's cabin. It was so far off the main trail, so secluded. It wasn't a place people just stumbled upon. It was a place you had to know about, or be led to, or be dragged to. I remembered the deer trail leading to it. Faint, overgrown, not a casual detour. This wasn't a random act, this was planned. My phone vibrated, a text from my sister asking if I wanted to have dinner. I stared at it, unable to respond. How could I talk about dinner when I had this in my head? I needed to clean myself up. I was still wearing the same clothes, covered in trail dust. The smell of the forest, which I usually loved, now seemed to carry a faint metallic undertone, a phantom scent that clung to my skin. I went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and stepped under the scalding hot water, scrubbing my skin raw as if I could wash away the images, the fear, the burden of what I'd seen. But the water, no matter how hot, couldn't rinse away the indelible stain on my mind. As I showered, my thoughts kept returning to the metallic object. It was small, shiny. What could it be? A button, a piece of jewelry, a shell casing? The last thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. A shell casing, that would mean a gun, a very definite murder. I got out of the shower, wrapped a towel around myself, and stood in front of the mirror. My face was still pale, my eyes bloodshot. I looked like a ghost. My reflection seemed to mock me. Dependable Alex, routine Alex, beige Alex. Now I was something else entirely. I was a witness, a secret keeper, a potential target. I went to my home office, a neat, orderly space filled with file cabinets and my large monitor. I sat down, opened a fresh spreadsheet, and began to type. Not numbers, words, everything I remembered, every detail. Date, Saturday, October 22nd. Time arrived at Trailhead, tilde 8:00 a.m. Trail, Juniper Ridge. Weather, clear, mild. Parking lot, empty. Discovery time, tilde 9:00 a.m. Location, Old Hunter's Cabin off Main Trail. Victim, female, approximately 20s, 30s. Blue windbreaker jeans, one hiking boot, one barefoot, face down. Injuries not visible but presumed fatal. Dried blood on jacket. Hand clawed ring on finger. Letters etched in dirt. St. Other items, metallic object near body, small, shiny, disturbed earth. The act of writing it down, reducing the horrifying reality to bullet points, gave me a sliver of control. It was an accountant's coping mechanism, I supposed. Categorize, analyze, plan. But what was the plan? To call the police still felt like leaping into the abyss. I needed to understand more, to somehow arm myself with information that would protect me, or at least make my statement unassailable. The metallic object. It was the only tangible clue beyond the body itself in the message. If I could identify it, it might tell me something, but I hadn't picked it up. I hadn't touched anything. That was good, I told myself. I hadn't contaminated the crime scene. But then a terrible thought. What if the police didn't find it? What if it was small enough to be overlooked? What if it held the key to identifying the killer and it remained hidden, lost? My heart began to pound again. I had left it there. I had left everything there. I hadn't taken photos. I hadn't done anything that would be considered useful by law enforcement. I had just run. The shame was immediate, overwhelming. I had failed her. I spent the rest of the day in a haze. I tried to eat, but the food tasted like ash. I tried to read, but the words swam before my eyes. Every shadow, every creak of the house sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept imagining the killer, a faceless entity, lurking in the shadows outside my windows, knowing I had seen, knowing I knew. I knew I couldn't sleep. The image of her, forever frozen in that terrible position, would haunt my dreams. As evening descended, casting long purple shadows across my lawn, I made a decision. A dangerous, reckless, utterly illogical decision, but it felt necessary. I had to go back. I had to see if that metallic object was still there. I had to get a better look at the disturbed earth. I had to re-examine the scene, not as a panicked victim, but as an investigator. I knew it was insane. I knew I was risking my life. But the thought of that clue, potentially lost forever, of her desperate message going unheeded, was worse than the fear. I would go back under the cover of darkness. No one would see me. I would take photos, gather any overlooked evidence, anything that could help. And then, armed with more information, I would call the police. I would be able to present a more complete picture, perhaps even a theory, something that would establish my credibility and deflect any immediate suspicion. It was a terrible plan, born of fear and an accountant's misplaced desire for perfect data. But in my terrified, overwhelmed state, it felt like the only way forward. I prepared meticulously, my analytical mind kicking in despite the terror. I found my darkest clothes, black jeans, a dark gray hoodie, black hiking boots. I packed a small backpack, flashlight with a red filter less visible, gloves no fingerprints, a small trowel for the disturbed earth, a Ziploc bag for samples, my phone for photos, and a small, sharp knife for self-defense, though the thought of using it made me ill. I waited until past midnight. The town of Elmwood was silent, sleeping. The moon was a sliver, mostly obscured by clouds, casting minimal light. Perfect. I slipped out of the house, locked the door behind me, and got into my car. The engine rumbled to life, far too loud in the oppressive silence. I drove slowly, cautiously, taking every back road I knew, avoiding the few streetlights, feeling like a phantom in my own town. The drive to the state park was agonizing. Every oncoming headlight made me flinch, convinced it was law enforcement or worse, the killer. My hands gripped the wheels, slick with sweat. When I finally reached the gravel parking lot, it was still empty, a black void under the inky sky. I parked my car as far into the shadows as possible, killed the engine, and sat for a moment, listening to the crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. The woods felt even more menacing at night, a gaping maw of darkness. I took a deep breath, grabbed my backpack, and stepped out into the cold night air. The beam of my flashlight, filtered red, cut a narrow path through the oppressive darkness. My heart hammered, a relentless drum against the stillness. The trail felt different at night. Longer, darker. Every tree seemed to take on monstrous shapes. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. I moved slowly, cautiously, my senses on high alert, straining to hear anything out of place, anything beyond the natural sounds of the night. The hike that had been a peaceful escape this morning was now a terrifying ordeal. My muscles were tense, my nerves frayed. I kept my flashlight pointed at the ground, trying to avoid any sudden movements that might alert someone or something to my presence. It took me much longer to reach the turnoff for the hunter's cabin. The faint deer trail was almost invisible in the dark. I had to rely on memory, on the feeling of the land, on the subtle changes in elevation that marked the path. As I drew closer, the cold increased, seeping into my bones. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, that faint, metallic, cloying smell that I now associated irrevocably with death. My flashlight beam, even with the red filter, wavered slightly in my trembling hand. I saw the outline of the collapsed cabin, a darker shadow against the already dark woods. It looked even more decrepit, more sinister under the shroud of night. I approached cautiously, my heart thudding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. I peered through the gloom, my eyes scanning for the blue jacket, for the still form. And then I saw it, or rather I didn't. The blue jacket was gone. My breath hitched, my flashlight beam swept frantically over the spot where the body had been. Nothing, only disturbed earth, a scatter of leaves and the broken timbers of the cabin. The body was gone. The blue jacket, the jeans, the hiking boot, the bare foot, the clawed hand, the ring, the faint letters, all gone. My mind reeled. No, this wasn't possible. Had I imagined it, had the trauma made me hallucinate, but the memory was too vivid, too real, too horrifying to be a dream. I dropped to my knees, my hands sifting through the dirt where she had been. Nothing, no trace. Only a faint, lingering scent, too subtle for anyone else but unmistakable to me, the smell of decay. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. This changed everything. If the body was gone, then the killer had returned. They knew someone had found her, they knew. My flashlight beam danced around the small clearing, picking out details. The metallic object. Was it gone too? I scanned the area where I'd seen it. Yes, gone, the disturbed earth where I'd thought there was something buried. It was still there, a slightly different texture in the soil, but whatever might have been there was gone too. They had cleaned up, they had come back and removed the evidence. And if they had come back, they might have been watching. They might have seen me this morning. They might have been waiting for me to return. A fresh wave of terror, far more potent than anything I'd felt before, washed over me. I wasn't just a witness anymore. I was a liability, and they knew it. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a warning signal. The woods around me felt alive, filled with unseen eyes, with silent threats. I had to get out now. But as I turned to flee, my foot caught on something. I pitched forward, my flashlight clattering to the ground, its red beam extinguishing as it hit a log. I lay there for a moment, winded, in absolute darkness. My hands instinctively reached out, trying to steady myself, trying to find purchase. My fingers brushed against something cold, hard, and smooth. It was round, small, about the size of a coin, and as my fingers closed around it, a faint, almost imperceptible pattern became clear under my touch. A star, a five-pointed star. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a random piece of metal. This felt deliberate. I gripped the object tight, fear warring with a sudden, desperate urge to possess this one single piece of evidence. The killer had missed it. They had overlooked this one small thing. My only lead, my only proof. Scrambling to my feet, I fumbled for my backpack, pulling out my phone. I didn't care about the red filter anymore. I needed light. I switched on the flashlight app, and its bright white beam cut through the darkness. I looked at the object in my hand. It was a metal button, a uniform button, dull silver, with a five-pointed star embossed on its surface. It looked old, military, but generic enough that it didn't immediately scream police or army, just a star. My mind raced. How could this have been missed? It was right where I had fallen. Perhaps it had been dislodged, pushed into the soft earth by my clumsy retreat, only to be found by my second, equally clumsy, return. I dropped the button into the Ziploc bag, tucked it deep into my backpack, and forced myself to scan the area one last time. Nothing, no other trace. The cabin was empty, silent, grim. The woods seemed to press in on me, the silence deafening. I felt utterly alone, utterly exposed. The killer knew I had been there. They had cleaned up. They had sent a clear message. I moved away from the cabin, my every nerve screaming. I didn't try to follow the deer trail back. I just crashed through the undergrowth, pushing through branches, tripping over roots, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and that haunted hollow. I burst back onto the main Juniper Ridge Trail, gasping for air, scratched and bruised, my clothes torn. I didn't stop, didn't look back, I just ran. I ran like my life depended on it, because now more than ever I knew it did. The drive home was even more terrifying than the drive there. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every car that passed me seemed to be following. I was convinced I was being watched, that my every move was being tracked. I pulled into my garage, heart pounding, and practically collapsed into the house. I locked the doors, drew the blinds, and sat in the dark living room, clutching the backpack, clutching the Ziploc bag with the button inside. I had proof, but what kind of proof? A generic button and a missing body. What would the police say? A man reports finding a body, then goes back at night, and then the body is gone, and all he has is a button he found. I would sound insane or guilty. My earlier plan to gather evidence and then call the police now seemed utterly ludicrous. I had no evidence, not really, just a story, a button, and a whole lot of questions. And the biggest question of all, who took the body? It wasn't just about cleaning up a crime scene. It was about power, about control, about making a statement they knew I had seen, and now they had erased the primary evidence. The chilling realization settled over me. I was alone in this. I couldn't go to the police, not yet, not like this. They would never believe me. They would see me as a suspect or a lunatic. I had to figure this out myself. I had to understand what had happened. I had to find out who she was and who killed her and why. And I had to do it without anyone knowing what I knew. My life had gone from beige to a terrifying, blood-soaked canvas. And I, Alex, the dependable accountant, was now a reluctant detective, a secret keeper burdened by a truth too dangerous to tell. The button in my hand, small and insignificant, felt like a burning coal, the only tangible link to a nightmare that was rapidly consuming my world. I stared at it, the five-pointed star seeming to mock me from the darkness. What did it mean? And how was I, a man who balanced ledgers for a living, supposed to find out? The button clutched in my sweating palm felt like a miniature sun burning hot despite its metallic coolness. A five-pointed star, it wasn't ornate, not fancy. It was utilitarian, clearly part of a uniform, but what kind? Police, military, a security guard? The possibilities swirled, each one bringing a fresh wave of anxiety. What if it was from someone powerful, someone connected? My accountant's brain, usually so adept at categorizing and filing, was overwhelmed, short-circuiting under the weight of this terrifying mystery. I tried to calm myself, sitting in the dark, silent living room. My backpack lay discarded on the floor, my phone still clutched in my other hand, a useless portal to a world I no longer recognized. My breath came in ragged gasps, my entire body humming with residual adrenaline. I felt like a hunted animal, cornered and exposed. The first rays of dawn, gray and hesitant, began to filter through the gaps in my drawn blinds. I hadn't slept, not a wink. My mind had been a frantic hamster wheel, replaying the horror of the missing body, the chilling implication of the killer's return, and the inexplicable weight of the small, silver butt. I moved to my home office, seeking the comfort of familiarity, of order. The computer screen glowed, a cold, clinical light. I took the button out of the Ziploc bag and placed it carefully on my desk blotter next to my keyboard. It was about an inch in diameter, slightly tarnished but otherwise intact. The star was raised, sharp-edged, the points distinct. Around the rim, almost imperceptible unless you looked very closely, were faint letters, eroded by time or wear. I squinted, leaning in, my eyes straining in the dim light. It was difficult to make out, but I thought I saw an E and then maybe a C or a G. The rest was just a blur of tiny indentations. This was my starting point, my only starting point. My life as Alex, the dependable accountant, was over. I was now Alex, the reluctant, terrified detective. I started searching, not for missing persons, not for murders. Now I searched for the butt. Uniform button, five-pointed star, military button star, police uniform, historical star butt. I sifted through endless images, obscure collectors' sites, forums dedicated to antique military insignia. Hours passed. My eyes burned, my head throbbed. Dozens of variations popped up. Old Civil War buttons, obscure fraternal orders, defunct security firms. It was overwhelming. The star was common, too common. This button, with its slight imperfections, its faded lettering, could be anything. It was a needle in a haystack, and I was holding a magnifying glass with a cracked lens. Defeat started to creep in, chilling my resolve. What was I doing? This was insane. I was an accountant, not Sherlock Holmes. I should just call the police, tell them everything, even if they thought I was crazy. But the image of the empty clearing, the absolute void where the body had been, kept me from dialing. They wouldn't believe me. And if they did believe me, if they did find the killer, what if that killer came for me? No, I had to know more. I had to understand what I was walking into. Around mid-morning, a particular image on an obscure online forum caught my eye. It was a faded photograph of an old uniform, a dark, heavy wool from what looked like a historical society collection. And on the sleeve, prominently displayed, was a button. My heart hammered. It wasn't an exact match, but it was close, very close. A five-pointed star, similar size. The caption beneath the photo was sparse. Elmwood Rangers Forest Service, circa 1960s. Elmwood Rangers Forest Service, circa 1960s. A chill ran down my spine. The Elmwood State Park. This was local, decades old, but still local. Could it be a relic? Had the killer or the victim been wearing something old, a family heirloom, a vintage piece? I clicked further, digging into the forum, then branching out to local history sites. The Elmwood Rangers were a small regional forest service that operated in the state park area from the late 1950s through the mid-1970s before being absorbed into the larger state park system. Their primary duties were trail maintenance, fire prevention, and assisting hikers. A few blurry images confirmed the button design was highly similar, though the ones in the photos appeared newer, the lettering around the rim clearer. ELMWOD Forest Service. Mine, with its eroded letters, was likely one of theirs, just heavily worn. This was a lead, a tangible local lead. It wasn't much, but it was something. It connected the button directly to the woods, to the very park where I'd found the body. My mind started working, not with fear, but with a flicker of purpose. If this button belonged to an old Elmwood Ranger uniform, what did that mean? Was the killer an ex-ranger, the victim, someone with a connection to the park's past? I needed to find out more about the Elmwood Rangers, and I needed to do it discreetly. No official inquiries, no calls to the state park administration, not yet. My thoughts turned to the local library. Elmwood was a small town, but our library had a decent local history section. Old newspaper archives, town records, perhaps even some specific information about the Rangers. It was a public place, too. I could blend in, just another patron. I showered again, trying to scrub away the lingering scent of fear and damp earth. I put on a fresh, unassuming outfit, jeans and a plain sweater. I felt like a spy in my own skin, moving through my own house with a new, unsettling awareness. Before I left, I carefully placed the button back into its Ziploc bag and then into a small velvet jewelry pouch, which I then tucked into a zippered inner pocket of my backpack. It was precious, my only link, and I couldn't risk losing it. The drive to the library was tense. Every car that pulled up behind me, every pedestrian I passed felt like a potential threat. My paranoia was a constant companion, whispering dire warnings in my ear. The library was quiet, a familiar hush broken only by the rustle of pages and the soft click of keyboards. I found the local history section, a small alcove filled with dusty tomes and binders. It smelled of old paper and quiet contemplation. My kind of place, usually. Today, it felt like a battlefield. I started pulling out books. A history of Elmwood, our natural heritage, the state park, local legends and lore. I looked for anything related to the Elmwood Rangers, to park history, to significant events in the area. It was slow going. Most of the information was generic trail openings, seasonal events, profiles of local flora and fauna. But then, tucked away in a binder labeled Elmwood newspaper clippings, 1950-1980, I found a series of articles. Elmwood Ranger Thomas Vance retires after 25 years of service, 1975. Tragedy strikes Elmwood Rangers. Ranger Philip Harding dies in line of duty, 1968. Annual Rangers picnic held at Juniper Ridge Trailhead, 1965. The name Harding jumped out at me. Philip Harding, a ranger, died in the line of duty in 1968. That was a long time ago, but the specific mention of Juniper Ridge Trailhead in another article, My Trail, caught my attention. Could there be a connection? I found the article about Philip Harding. It was a small piece tucked on an inside page. Ranger Harding, 32, found deceased near Old Hunter's cabin, cause of death undetermined. My blood ran cold. Old Hunter's cabin, the same cabin, Juniper Ridge, the same trail. I reread the article, my hands shaking. The details were vague. He was found by a fellow ranger on a routine patrol, no signs of struggle. No foul play immediately evident, though the article mentioned unusual circumstances and a lack of clear explanation. The medical examiner had been unable to pinpoint a precise cause of death, suggesting a sudden natural event, but the article implied lingering questions. He was survived by his wife, Clara Harding, and a young daughter, Sarah. A knot formed in my stomach. 55 years ago, the same location, a ranger, death of undetermined cause. This was too much of a coincidence. I kept digging, frantically flipping through pages, searching for any follow-up articles, any more information about Philip Harding or the cabin or the unusual circumstances. There was nothing. The story seemed to have faded, buried under newer news, perhaps deemed an unsolvable, tragic anomaly. The library's quiet, which had been a comfort, now felt oppressive. I felt eyes on me even though I was alone in the history section. I glanced around nervously, no one, just books. I pulled out my phone and as subtly as possible took a few photos of the articles, particularly the one about Harding. I couldn't risk taking the binder. I also found a small, grainy photo of Philip Harding himself, a young man in a ranger uniform, smiling, the button clearly visible on his jacket, though the resolution was too poor to make out the exact lettering. I packed up my backpack, my mind buzzing. This changed everything. It wasn't just a random murder. It was something deeper, something with roots in the park's history, perhaps even a pattern. A second death at the same obscure, forgotten cabin, decades apart, both with elements of mystery. I left the library, my head down, trying to appear inconspicuous. The familiar streets of Elmwood seemed alien, imbued with a new, sinister history. Back home, I immediately went to my computer, cross-referencing names and dates. Philip Harding, died 1968. Wife Clara, daughter Sarah. I tried searching for Clara Harding or Sarah Harding. The internet offered up a few results for common names, but nothing definitively linked to Elmwood or the Ranger. People moved on, remarried, changed names. 55 years was a long time. My thoughts turned to the possibility of a shared uniform. Had the victim I found somehow acquired an old Ranger uniform, or was the button merely a coincidence, a discarded artifact from decades past that happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? No, my gut screamed. This was more than coincidence. The button, the cabin, the undetermined death, it was a pattern. But if it was a pattern, what did it mean? Was someone targeting people who stumbled upon the cabin, or was the cabin itself a focal point for something darker? I needed to know more about the cabin. Why was it there? Who built it? Why was it abandoned? The articles only referred to it as the Old Hunter's Cabin, a landmark, not a place of significance in itself. I considered calling my sister, but dismissed the idea almost immediately. What could I tell her? That I found a body that disappeared, and now I'm investigating a cold case from 1968 involving a dead forest ranger, all based on a button. She'd have me committed. I was truly alone in this. As the afternoon wore on, a new, unsettling thought began to take root. If Ranger Harding's death was undetermined and involved unusual circumstances at the cabin, And now a woman was murdered there, also with unusual circumstances, a missing body, a mysterious button. Could there be some larger ongoing threat? Was the killer a current resident of Elmwood, someone connected to the park's past, someone who knew about Harding's death? The idea was terrifying. Elmwood was a small town. Everyone knew everyone, or at least knew of everyone. The killer could be anyone: my neighbor, the barista at the coffee shop, the person I passed on the street every day. I felt a surge of cold determination. I had to identify the victim. If I knew who she was, I might understand why she was there and perhaps who killed her. The only way to do that was to look for recent missing persons reports, even if I hadn't found anything before. I started a more focused search, expanding my radius beyond Elmwood, looking at neighboring towns, casting a wider net for women in their 20s or 30s who had gone missing in the past few days or weeks. I looked for distinguishing features: hair color, height, anything that matched the vague glimpses I'd had of the body. It was like searching for a ghost. My search turned up nothing conclusive. Several missing women, yes, but no clear match for the blue windbreaker, the jeans, the overall description. It was possible she wasn't from the immediate area, or that her disappearance hadn't been reported yet. Or a chilling thought, perhaps she had no one to report her missing. As dusk approached, casting long shadows across my living room, my phone buzzed. It was an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at the screen, paralyzed. Could it be them, the killer? Had they found me? It rang twice more before I finally worked up the courage to answer, my voice a strained whisper. Hello. Alex, it's Mark from the gym. My muscles sagged with relief, a sudden rush of adrenaline leaving me lightheaded. Mark, hey, my voice sounded hoarse, unfamiliar even to me. You okay, man? You sound weird. Just checking in, you missed the last 2 workouts, not like you. Mark, my gym buddy, my predictable, normal life, it felt so distant now. Yeah, I'm fine, Mark, just caught a bug, laid low for a bit. Ah, rough luck. Well, hope you feel better. We missed you on the bench press. Get back soon. Will do, I mumbled and hung up. The call, however innocent, served as a stark reminder of how fragile my facade was. People noticed when Alex, the dependable accountant, deviated from his routine. I couldn't afford to vanish, to completely drop off the map. I had to maintain some semblance of normalcy, even as my world crumbled. That night I tried to sleep. It was futile. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside sounded like an approaching threat. My mind raced, trying to connect the dots: the button, Harding, the cabin, the missing body, the faint letters STO. STO, what did it mean? Stopped, stone, story. Could it be a person's initials, a place, or something related to the old ranger? The next morning I woke feeling even worse. Exhausted, wired, every nerve on edge. I forced myself to eat, to go through the motions of a normal day, even though it was Sunday and I usually spent it hiking or relaxing. The thought of relaxing was laughable. I spent hours poring over old maps of the state park, maps from the 1960s and 70s that I found scans of online. I tried to locate the exact position of the hunter's cabin, noted any old fire breaks, abandoned logging roads, or other structures. Nothing seemed particularly unusual. The cabin was just a dot marked as old shelter. Then an idea, a crazy one, began to form in my mind. The disturbed earth. The killer had cleaned up the body and the metallic object I'd seen, but they hadn't, or couldn't, completely erase the mark of disturbed earth. What if there was something else buried there, something they missed, something related to Harding's death? The thought was chilling, dangerous, but irresistible. I had to go back, not to the body, which was gone, but to the disturbed earth. I had to see if I could find anything else. But this time I wouldn't go at night. That was too risky. I would go during the day, blend in with other hikers, maintain my facade, and I would be even more prepared. I assembled my gear with meticulous precision, my accountant's need for order surfacing even in this madness. My hiking boots worn but sturdy, a small foldable shovel I usually used for gardening, heavy-duty work gloves, more Ziploc bags, my phone, my compass, a multi-tool, and the button still in its velvet pouch, secure in my pack. I even packed a small first aid kit, a practical touch that seemed ridiculous given the true nature of my errand. I decided to drive a different route to the park just in case. And instead of parking at Juniper Ridge, I would park at the main visitors center a few miles away and hike in from a different, longer trail. This way, if anyone was watching the Juniper Ridge lot, they wouldn't see my car. It added a couple of hours to the hike, but the extra layer of precaution felt vital. It was mid-afternoon by the time I set out. The sun was warm, the sky a brilliant blue, a cruel contrast to the grim purpose of my journey. The park was busier than it had been on Saturday, thankfully. Families with strollers, couples holding hands, even a few serious trail runners. I tried to merge, to become invisible. I nodded to passersby, offered a polite hello, doing my best imitation of a normal, carefree hiker. The longer trail eventually intersected with Juniper Ridge. I kept my head down, my senses alert, scanning the faces of everyone I passed, looking for anything out of place. My paranoia was a heavy cloak stifling me. As I neared the turnoff for the hunter's cabin, a wave of nausea washed over me. The memory of the body of the empty clearing was vivid. I hesitated, my feet dragging, a primal urge to turn back warring with the cold, relentless logic that pushed me forward. I had to know. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the faint deer trail. The dense canopy of trees immediately swallowed the sunlight, plunging the path into a familiar gloom. The air grew colder, heavier. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. The cabin appeared, a skeletal ruin against the muted greens and browns of the forest. My eyes darted to the spot where the body had been. Nothing, just leaves, rotting logs, and the disturbed earth. The killer had done a thorough job. I approached cautiously, scanning the woods around me. No sound but the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, no one. I was alone again. I knelt at the spot where the body had lain, where I'd seen the faint imprint of the letters. STO. My earlier panic had kept me from a thorough inspection. Now I forced myself to be methodical. I put on my gloves, took out my small shovel, and began to carefully sift through the disturbed earth. It was a section about 3 feet by 2 feet near where the woman's head would have been. The soil was loose, mixed with decaying leaves and small roots. My hands trembled as I worked, feeling like a grave robber desecrating a final resting place. Every scratch of the shovel, every rustle of the leaves made me jump. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I found nothing but dirt, rocks, and the occasional worm. Despair began to set in. What was I expecting? A smoking gun, a hidden diary. Just as I was about to give up, my shovel hit something solid, not a rock, something flat. I scraped away the soil more carefully, my heart thudding. It was a small, flat piece of wood, about 6 inches long, 3 inches wide. It looked like a piece of a sign, perhaps. It was old, weathered, but surprisingly intact, and on one side, faint but discernible, were carved letters. I brushed away the dirt with my gloved thumb. RH 1968. My breath hitched. RH Philip Harding, Ranger Harding, 1968, the year he died. This was no coincidence. This was a marker, a memorial. Someone had buried this here long ago, and it had been disturbed. My mind raced. Had the killer unearthed it? Or had the victim somehow found it first, triggering the whole terrible chain of events? I carefully placed the wooden marker in a Ziploc bag. This was undeniable proof of a connection to Harding's death. This was a tangible link to the past. I continued to dig more vigorously now, convinced there had to be more. And then, a few inches deeper, my shovel hit something else, something hard, metallic, and much larger. I carefully cleared away the soil, my heart pounding. It was a metal box, a small, rusty tin box like an old ammunition box or a large lunch pail. It was wedged deep, clearly intentionally buried. I pulled it out, my muscles straining. It was heavy, much heavier than it looked, and sealed tight with rust. I shook it gently, something rattled inside. My mind screamed conflicting instructions. Open it, don't open it, it could be a trap, it could be evidence. I looked around again, my paranoia spiking. I was absolutely alone. I found a fallen log, sat down, and placed the box on my lap. My multi-tool had a small pry bar. I carefully worked it under the rusted lid, slowly, painstakingly, trying not to damage the box or its contents. With a loud, protesting screech of metal, the lid finally popped open. A wave of musty, damp air rose from the box. Inside, nestled amongst what looked like dried leaves and old newspaper, were several items. My eyes widened. This was a time capsule or a hidden stash. The first thing I carefully pulled out was a small, leather-bound journal. The leather was cracked and dry, the pages yellowed. I opened it to a random page. The handwriting was neat, precise, in faded ink. I glanced at the first entry. October 12, 1967, another quiet day on the ridge, nothing but squirrels and the wind for company. But the solitude is starting to feel watched. Philip Harding's journal. I had found Philip Harding's journal. My hands trembled as I carefully turned the pages. This was unbelievable, a first-hand account. This could explain everything. Beneath the journal were several old photographs, black and white, slightly blurry. They showed Harding, sometimes with his wife and daughter, sometimes alone in his ranger uniform, smiling. On the back of one in faded pencil was written, Sarah's 3rd birthday, Juniper Ridge Picnic Spot, 1965. The very picnic spot mentioned in the old newspaper clipping. Then at the bottom of the box, tucked beneath more layers of yellowed newspaper, was a smaller, flat item wrapped in oilcloth. I unwrapped it carefully. It was a small, tarnished silver locket. Simple, unadorned. I pried it open with a fingernail. Inside, on one side, was a tiny faded photo of a woman, Clara Harding, I presumed, and on the other a small pressed flower, dry and brittle. And etched into the back of the locket, almost too small to see, was a single, stylized letter, S. STO. My mind reeled, the letters in the dirt. STO. Was this for Sarah, or the locket itself, a hidden clue left by the first victim, or the second? This was too much. I meticulously photographed each item, then carefully placed them into separate Ziploc bags, and then back into the metal box. I resealed the box as best I could using duct tape I had in my kit and put the entire box into a large backpack I had brought alongside the wooden marker. This was it. This was the information I needed. A journal, photos, a locket, a direct link to Harding, to the cabin, to the initial mystery. Now I could begin to piece things together. Now I had a story, not just a frantic tale of a vanished body. I covered up the disturbed earth as best I could, trying to make it look as undisturbed as possible. No one would know I had been here. My hike back was a blur of adrenaline and mental activity. The weight of the box in my backpack was heavy, but the weight on my mind was heavier still. I was holding secrets, dangerous secrets that spanned decades. I made it back to my car at the visitors center just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. I looked around carefully, ensuring no one was watching, before quickly stowing the backpack in my trunk. The drive home was a mix of intense fear and surging excitement. I had found something big, but what did it all mean, and what was the connection to the dead woman? Back in the safety of my locked house, I emptied the contents of the metal box onto my desk. The journal lay open, its pages a window into the past. The photos, the locket, the wooden marker, each piece a tantalizing clue. I started with the journal. I had to read it cover to cover from the beginning. This was Philip Harding's voice speaking to me from 55 years ago. The first few entries were mundane, typical ranger observations, weather, wildlife, trail conditions. But as I progressed, a subtle shift in tone became apparent. Nov 5, 1967, saw Old Man Hemlock today gathering firewood near the old Northridge Trail. He's a strange one, lives off-grid, doesn't talk much, says the woods have secrets. I know what he means. Sometimes, late at night, I feel it too. Old Man Hemlock, a local hermit perhaps, a character from the past. Deck 1, 1967, heard strange noises near the cabin again. A mechanical whine, almost, not an animal, too regular, and a faint light. I thought it was hunters, but no one responded to my calls. Checked the area, nothing. Mechanical whine, light in the deep woods. That was unusual for the 1960s. Deck 24, 1967, Clara wanted to come out with Sarah for Christmas. Told her no, too cold, too much snow. Really, I just don't want them to be out here right now. The feeling of being watched is getting stronger. And the sounds, they're closer. Sometimes I swear I hear whispers. My blood ran cold. Harding was experiencing paranoia or something real. He was hearing things, seeing things. This wasn't just a sudden, natural death. Jan 15, 1968, found a strange symbol carved into a tree near the cabin. Not a hunter's mark, not a trail marker. 3 intertwined circles, like a trinity, spooky. 3 intertwined circles, I made a mental note. Was this a cult, a secret society? Feb 10, 1968, I'm starting to think I'm not alone out here. Someone is watching me. The noises are deliberate now, footsteps when there shouldn't be. And that smell, a sweet metallic smell, like copper and wildflowers, it makes my stomach turn. A sweet metallic smell, I remembered it. The smell of decay mingled with something cloying, the smell at the cabin, the very smell that had nauseated me. Harding had noticed it too. March 1, 1968, I confronted them. Or tried to, saw a light again, closer than ever, followed it, saw figures, hard to make out in the dark. They ran, they didn't want to be seen. I yelled, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" No answer, just silence. And then a low, guttural growl, not human, something else. Not human growl, my heart pounded. What was Harding encountering? March 10, 1968, found a small metal disc near the cabin, about the size of a coin, smooth with a raised symbol, a star, 5 points, not like my uniform, but this was different, sharper, almost alien. A metal disc, a star, this wasn't the uniform button I'd found. This was a different metallic object, the one I'd seen near the body on Saturday, the one the killer had removed. My mind connected the dots with chilling precision. The killer hadn't just cleaned up evidence of their crime. They had removed a piece of evidence that had been there since 1968. This was a long game, decades. March 20, 1968, they're getting bolder, they've left things for me. Small objects arranged in patterns near my patrol routes. Stones, twigs, always the 3 intertwined circles, and the whispers, I can almost make them out. They say the Guardian. The Guardian, Harding was being called a guardian. Of what? The woods, the cabin. April 5, 1968, I think I know what they're doing. They're building something deep in the woods. I've seen crude structures almost like shrines, and the activity is centered around an old rock formation near the highest point of Juniper Ridge. They perform rituals. I heard chanting. This isn't innocent. Rituals, chanting, shrines. This was sounding more and more like some kind of cult. April 15, 1968, confronted them again. This time I got closer. There were maybe 6 of them, dressed in dark robes, hooded. They were gathered around a large stone, singing, and I saw her. A woman, she was bound and terrified. I tried to help her, but they saw me. They gave chase. I barely escaped. A bound woman, terrified, my stomach clenched. Was this a sacrifice? April 25, 1968. I've decided I can't stand by. I'm going to expose them. I've taken photos. I've written everything down. If anything happens to me, this journal, this evidence, it will prove what they are. I've hidden it all, buried it deep near the cabin. For Sarah, for Clara, for justice. I will go back tomorrow. I will confront them again. I will make them stop. STOP. The last word, written in bolder, more frantic strokes, was STOP. My blood ran cold. STO, the letters in the dirt, the dying message. It wasn't STO alone. It was the beginning of stop. The woman I found had been invoking Harding's last desperate plea. Philip Harding died on April 26, 1968, the very next day after his last journal entry. He had gone back to confront them, and he had died. His death ruled undetermined. My mind spun. This wasn't just a cold case. This was an active threat, a cult, operating in the woods for over 50 years, and now they had killed again, and I had stumbled into the middle of it. I looked at the locket again, the etched. Could it be for Sarah Harding, his daughter? The woman I found, was she Sarah, or someone connected to Sarah or to Harding's investigation? My hands trembled as I carefully closed the journal. I had to assume the cult was still active. They had removed the body, the metal disc, and whatever else was left of Saturday's crime scene. They were still here, still operating, and they were ruthless. I was no longer just a witness. I was a person with dangerous, incriminating information. Information that Harding had died trying to reveal, and they had taken his life for it. I couldn't go to the police with this, not yet, not without understanding the full scope of what I was facing. A secret society hidden in plain sight, operating for decades. If I went to the authorities now, I'd expose myself and potentially put my life in even greater danger. They wouldn't just discredit me, they might make me disappear, just like the woman, just like perhaps Harding. I needed to find out who the woman was, and what her connection was to Harding's 55-year-old investigation, and if this cult was still using the rock formation on Juniper Ridge. My immediate next step was to find Sarah Harding. She would be an adult now, likely in her late 50s or early 60s. She might know something, she might be the key. I went back to the internet, this time searching specifically for Sarah Harding Elmwood. It was a common enough name that it brought up many results, but I focused on those with any connection to the area or to a birth year that would align with 1965. Hours turned into late night. I found a few Sarah Hardings who fit the age demographic, but no clear definitive match. Then a small faded obituary from a local paper dated 10 years ago for Clara Harding, beloved wife of the late Philip Harding. It mentioned she was survived by her daughter, Sarah Jenkins, née Harding. Sarah Jenkins, this was it, a new name to search. A quick search for Sarah Jenkins Elmwood yielded a promising hit. Sarah Jenkins. A promising hit. Sarah Jenkins, a retired teacher living in a small, well-maintained cottage on the outskirts of Elmwood, not far from the library. The address was there, a public record. My heart pounded with a mix of anticipation and dread. This was it, a living connection. It was well past midnight. I knew I couldn't just show up at her door, not now. I needed a plan. I needed to approach her carefully without alarming her, without revealing the full terrifying scope of what I knew. How do you tell an elderly woman that her father's death 55 years ago wasn't a natural accident, but murder at the hands of a still active cult that just killed someone else in the very same spot? The thought was overwhelming. I made a mental note of her address, memorizing the street name, the house number. I would approach her tomorrow in the light of day. I would have to be subtle, choose my words with extreme care. I tried to sleep again, but my mind was a vortex of new information. Harding's journal entries replayed themselves. Mechanical whine, faint light, whispers, strange symbol, 3 intertwined circles. Sweet metallic smell, not human growl, metal disc with a star, the one the killer took. Guardian, crude structures, shrines, rituals, chanting, dark robes, hooded figures, a bound woman, and finally, STOP, it was a nightmare woven from history and fresh blood. The morning light, when it finally arrived, was a relief, banishing some of the oppressive fear that clung to the darkness. I forced myself to eat a semblance of breakfast, the food tasteless in my mouth. My reflection in the mirror was haggard, eyes bloodshot, a stranger staring back. I needed to make myself presentable. I couldn't look like a lunatic if I was going to convince Sarah Jenkins to talk to me. I shaved, put on clean, sensible clothes, a collared shirt, slacks. The uniform of Alex, the dependable accountant, a disguise. Before leaving, I took out the button I'd found. My button, the Elmwood Forest Service button. I compared it to the mental image of the one Harding described in his journal. A small metal disc, smooth, with a raised symbol, a star, 5 points, not like my uniform button. This was different, sharper, almost alien. So 2 different stars. The one I found was a standard uniform button. The one Harding found, and which the killer subsequently removed, was sharper, almost alien. This meant there were 2 pieces of metallic evidence, 2 stars linked to the cabin. My button was just a discarded piece of history. The other was a clue, a symbol, perhaps belonging to the cult itself. This distinction was vital. I carefully tucked Harding's journal, the locket, and the photos into a secure, waterproof pouch, and then into my backpack. I also brought my button, sealed in its own baggie. These were my bargaining chips, my proof. The drive to Sarah Jenkins's house was short but felt interminable. Her cottage was indeed charming, nestled among rose bushes with a neatly tended garden. It looked peaceful, utterly removed from the horrors of the woods. A small white pickup truck was parked in the driveway. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. This was it, the next step. I walked up the flagstone path, my hand hovering over the doorbell. What would I say? Hello, my name is Alex, I'm an accountant, and I found your father's journal, which suggests he was murdered by a cult that just killed someone else in the woods, and I think you might be next. No, that was not going to work. I decided on a softer approach, an investigative approach. I rang the bell. A moment later, the door opened a crack, revealing a pair of wary blue eyes. The woman who opened the door was in her late 50s, with kind, intelligent eyes that held a hint of sadness. Her hair, the same color as the Ranger's in the photo, was neatly styled. She had her father's nose, his strong chin. Yes, she asked, her voice gentle but firm. Good morning, Ms. Jenkins. My name is Alex Thorne, I began, trying to project a calm, professional demeanor. I apologize for disturbing you, but I'm doing some personal research into local history, specifically the Elmwood Rangers, and your father's name came up. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. My father, Philip Harding. Yes, that's right, Ranger Harding. I found some old newspaper clippings at the library about his passing, and it piqued my interest. Such a tragic loss for the community. I paused, gauging her reaction. She looked at me for a long moment, her gaze searching. Come in, Mr. Thorne. It's too cold to talk on the doorstep. I stepped inside into a cozy living room filled with comfortable, worn furniture and framed photographs. It smelled faintly of lavender and old books. On a mantelpiece, among other family pictures, was a framed photo of a young Ranger Harding, the same one from the library. What exactly is your interest in my father, Mr. Thorne? She asked, gesturing for me to sit on a floral armchair. She sat opposite me, her hands clasped in her lap. Well, Ms. Jenkins, the articles mentioned his death was undetermined. As someone who appreciates clarity and detail, I offered, leaning on my accountant persona, that struck me as unusual, for such a pillar of the community to have a death without a clear cause. A shadow crossed her face. Yes, it was hard for my mother, for me. They said it was a heart attack, a sudden, unexpected one, but my mother, she always had doubts. He was so healthy, so vibrant. She trailed off, lost in thought. And what about you, Ms. Jenkins? Did you ever have doubts? I asked gently. She looked up, her gaze piercing. What are you really asking, Mr. Thorne? I took a breath. This was the moment. Ms. Jenkins, I found something that belonged to your father, something that might shed light on those doubts. I carefully unzipped my backpack, pulled out the waterproof pouch, and then, with deliberate slowness, extracted the old, leather-bound journal. I placed it on the coffee table between us. Her eyes fixed on it, wide with disbelief. Her hand flew to her mouth. That's his journal. I haven't seen that in decades. We thought it was lost. Her voice was barely a whisper. It was buried, Ms. Jenkins, along with this. I pulled out the wooden marker, RH 1968, and placed it beside the journal. And this. I held out the tarnished silver locket. Her eyes welled up. She picked up the locket, her fingers trembling. This was my mother's. He gave it to her when they were first married. She kept it in a special box until it went missing right after he died. We thought it was stolen. She opened it, gazing at the tiny photos. And this, for Sarah. My mother often said he'd meant it to be a secret, just for me, a link to the life they were building. That's why she was so upset when it disappeared. Ms. Jenkins, I said, my voice low and earnest, I found these items at the old hunter's cabin in the state park, buried deep, and I believe they were buried by your father shortly before his death, as a safeguard. She looked at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. What are you saying? I'm saying I've read some of the journal entries. Your father was investigating something dark, something dangerous. He mentioned a cult, hooded figures, rituals, and a bound woman. He was going to expose them, and then he died. Her face went pale. A cult, my father, he never spoke of such things, but he was withdrawn in those last months, distracted. He told my mother he had something important to do for the park, something dangerous he couldn't share. She dismissed it as typical Ranger bravado, but it worried her. She looked at the journal, then back at me. But why would he bury it, and why are you finding it now? Ms. Jenkins, I continued, I found these items because I was at that cabin 2 days ago, and I found something else. I hesitated. A body. Her breath hitched. A body, another body. A young woman, deceased. And near her, etched in the dirt, were the letters, STO, just like your father wrote in his last entry. STOP, I believe she was trying to finish his message. She was trying to warn someone. Sarah stared at me, her face a mask of shock and horror. And what happened to this body? It's gone. When I went back to get more information, it was gone, cleaned up, as if it was never there. She covered her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes. Oh my God, he was right, my father, he was right. My mother, she died believing his death was a mystery, a tragic accident, but she always felt there was more. She always held a shred of fear for the woods, for the cabin after he passed. Ms. Jenkins, I believe the same cult that killed your father is still active, and they killed this woman, and they took her body because they knew someone had found her, and I was that someone. She looked at me, a sudden chilling realization dawning in her eyes. You're saying you're in danger. I am, I admitted, and perhaps you are too. If they killed your father for what he knew and now I have his journal and you are his daughter, you are a link. She picked up the journal, her fingers tracing the faded leather. My father was such a good man. He loved these woods, Mr. Thorne. He wouldn't have just died. He was too strong, too careful. She opened the journal, flipping through the pages, her eyes scanning the familiar handwriting. Is there anything in his journal, anything you remember, that could tell us more about this cult? I asked. Names, locations, anything beyond the vague descriptions. She shook her head slowly. I was only 5 years old when he died. I remember him being withdrawn, yes, and my mother being worried, but he never spoke of specifics to us. He was a ranger, he kept his work separate, he was always protective. What about Old Man Hemlock? I asked, recalling an entry. Your father mentioned him, said he was a strange one who believed the woods had secrets. Sarah paused. Old Man Hemlock, I vaguely remember my mother mentioning him. A recluse, lived up in the northern part of the park. My father would check on him sometimes, bring him supplies. He was a bit of a local legend. They called him the Whisperer because he would talk to the trees, or so the story went. He was supposed to know everything about the woods, all its hidden paths and forgotten places. But he died a few years after my father. Heart attack, I think. Another heart attack. At the same time this cult was active, a coincidence or another victim silenced. Did your father have any close friends among the other rangers? I pressed. Anyone he might have confided in. His best friend was Thomas Vance, she replied, her eyes thoughtful. The one who found his body. Thomas retired years ago, moved down south. They were inseparable, partners on the trails for years. My mother always said Thomas was devastated by my father's death. He was the one who encouraged her to believe it was a natural cause, to move on. He seemed so certain. Thomas Vance, the name from the newspaper clipping. Elmwood Ranger Thomas Vance retires after 25 years of service. The one who found Harding's body. This was interesting. Do you know where Thomas Vance moved to? I asked. She shook her head, not specifically, just down south. After my mother remarried, we lost touch with most of my father's old friends. Did your father ever speak of 3 intertwined circles? I asked, remembering the symbol Harding described. Or a particular rock formation on Juniper Ridge? 3 circles, she mused, frowning. No, I don't recall that. As for the rock formation, there are many. Juniper Ridge is rugged. My father loved that ridge. Ms. Jenkins, I said, picking up the journal, I need to read this from cover to cover, every word. It might contain the key to everything. I'll make copies of the photos and the locket for you, of course. But this journal, it's critical. She nodded slowly, a deep sadness in her eyes. It's his voice, isn't it, after all these years? If it can bring peace or justice for him and for this other poor woman, then yes, take it. But be careful, Mr. Thorne. If what you say is true, these people are dangerous. I will, I promised, securing the journal and other items back into my backpack. And I'll keep you updated. If you remember anything at all, no matter how small or insignificant it seems, please call me. I handed her a piece of paper with my phone number. She took it, her gaze still fixed on the backpack, on the secrets it contained. You know, she said quietly, there was a rumor, after my father died, that the cabin was haunted, that the woods around it changed. My mother used to say she felt a cold spot there, even on the warmest days. I thanked her, promised to be in touch, and left the cottage, the weight of the journal feeling heavier than ever. Sarah Jenkins, so far, seemed unconnected to the cult, just a grieving daughter, but her father's journal was a time bomb, and I was holding it. Back home, I brewed a pot of strong coffee, pulled out the journal, and began to read meticulously from the very first page. I took notes, cross-referenced details, searching for any names, dates, or places that Harding might have subtly included, anything that could give me a new lid. I read about his daily routines, his observations of wildlife, his love for Clara and Sarah. And then the gradual shift, the growing paranoia, the whispers, the strange lights, the mechanical hum, the sweet metallic smell. I highlighted every single detail that seemed out of place. His account of finding the 3 intertwined circles, his encounter with the hooded figures, the not-human growl, the metal disc with the star, it was all there laid bare. His growing conviction that they were building something near an old rock formation. His discovery of the bound woman, his final desperate decision to expose them to hide his evidence, and his last chilling message, STOP. When I finished reading hours later, the room was dark, the coffee cold. My head throbbed. The narrative was clear, terrifyingly so. Harding had stumbled upon a hidden cult performing rituals, possibly sacrifices, in the deep woods of Elmwood State Park. He had tried to stop them and paid the ultimate price. His death had been covered up, written off as natural causes. The metallic disc with the sharper, almost alien star. This was the true cult symbol, the one the killer removed from the scene on Saturday. My uniform button was a red herring, though it had led me to Harding. I needed to find that rock formation. If the cult was still active and Harding's journal confirmed they were using it in 1968, it was highly probable they were still using it today. It was a focal point, a central hub for their activities. I pulled out the old maps I'd scanned online, the ones from the 1960s. I started tracing Juniper Ridge, looking for anything that might be described as a large stone or a rock formation near the highest point. The maps were mostly topographical, showing elevations, but not specific landmarks beyond the main trails in the cabin. I remembered Harding mentioning Old Man Hemlock and how he knew all the hidden paths and forgotten places. Could there be old, forgotten ranger paths or even cult paths leading to this rock formation? My next step had to be to locate this rock formation. It was a dangerous endeavor, but it was the only way to confirm if the cult was still active and perhaps to find out more about them. I couldn't just wander aimlessly. I needed a plan. I thought about the sweet metallic smell Harding described, the smell I'd also noticed. What was it? And the mechanical whine and faint light he heard in 1967-68. That was particularly unsettling. What kind of mechanical device would be operating in the deep woods back then? And what was the source of the light? I spent the rest of the night planning. I needed better maps. I needed to study the terrain of Juniper Ridge, looking for unusual geological features. I also realized I needed to be much more careful. If I was going to venture back into the woods, I couldn't be caught by the cult. I needed a way to observe them undetected. My mind, the accountant's mind, started to formulate a strategy. 1. Identify the specific location of the rock formation. 2. Develop a reconnaissance plan, how to approach, observe, and retreat safely. 3. Consider contingencies. What if I'm discovered? What if they're armed? The 3 intertwined circles symbol also nagged at me. Was it a known symbol? A quick, discreet online search using a VPN for anonymity revealed nothing immediately obvious. It wasn't a common occult symbol, nor a major religious one. It could be specific to this cult. I also considered the guardian whispers. Was Harding perceived as a guardian of the woods, or was the cult itself the guardian of something within the woods? The next day, I called in sick to work again, citing a lingering bug. My boss, a stickler for routine, sounded annoyed but accepted it. Maintaining this facade was draining. I went back to the library, but this time I focused on geology and cartography. I found a detailed geological survey map of Elmwood County from the 1970s. This map was different. It showed elevation lines in minute detail, rock outcrops, geological fault lines, and even old quarry sites. I painstakingly compared the topographical features of Juniper Ridge on the geological map with Harding's descriptions. Highest point of Juniper Ridge, old rock formation. After hours of intense study, my finger finally landed on a cluster of tight contour lines, indicating a steep, imposing rock face with a significant plateau at its summit, located roughly 2 miles east of the old hunter's cabin at the highest elevation point of Juniper Ridge. It was marked simply as the Sentinel, likely a local, informal name given to the prominent rock formation. This had to be it. The map also showed a faint, unmaintained trail leading up to the Sentinel from an old fire road, almost completely overgrown. This was my entry point. This was the cult's probable lair. I drove home, heart thumping with a mix of fear and grim determination. I had a target, now for the reconnaissance plan. I decided I would go the following day, early morning. I needed daylight for visibility, but also the relative quiet of a weekday before the park got busy. I would go alone. I couldn't involve anyone else. The risk was too great. I began to pack a new, more specialized kit. Binoculars, essential for observing from a distance. High-powered camera with a telephoto lens for photographic evidence. GPS device to mark locations precisely. Headlamp with red filter for early morning or late evening movement. Full camo clothing to blend in. Small camping stove and food supplies if I needed to stay for an extended observation. More self-defense tools, the small knife, now augmented by a robust, extendable hiking pole capable of delivering a solid blow. This felt more practical and less lethal than a knife, but still offered protection. Emergency whistle. Fully charged phone kept on silent. I also thought about the S on the locket and the STOP message. If the dead woman was trying to finish Harding's message, what was her connection to him? And what if she was Sarah? It was a disturbing thought, but Sarah Jenkins was alive. I had just spoken to her. So the woman in the woods couldn't be her. Was it another Sarah or someone connected to Sarah? I decided to re-examine the photos Harding kept. One particular photo showed him, Clara, and a young Sarah at a picnic spot. In the background, partially obscured, was a distinctive gnarled old oak tree. I had passed that tree on the main Juniper Ridge Trail, a well-known landmark. It meant Harding had taken that photo on Juniper Ridge. The annual Rangers picnic had been held at the Juniper Ridge Trailhead. All these details were coming together. I spent the evening studying the topographical map of the Sentinel, memorizing possible approach routes, cover points, and escape paths. I needed to be meticulously prepared. This wasn't a casual hike, it was an infiltration. The next morning, I woke before dawn, a familiar knot of dread and adrenaline tightening in my stomach. The air was crisp, cold. I dressed in my camo gear, feeling like a caricature of a soldier, an accountant playing at espionage. I packed my specialized backpack, double-checking every item. Harding's journal, securely tucked away in my car's glove compartment, was my proof. The uniform button, also in the car, was no longer relevant to the cult, but a reminder of how this all started. I drove a circuitous route to the park, avoiding any areas I thought might be under surveillance. I parked at a remote, less-used trailhead several miles away from Juniper Ridge, opting for a longer hike to avoid detection. The sun was just beginning to paint the sky with streaks of orange and pink as I began my journey. The hike was arduous. I moved carefully, silently, relying on my compass and the geological map. The trail became increasingly unmaintained, overgrown, forcing me to push through thick brush. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made me freeze, my heart hammering. As I neared the Sentinel, the terrain grew steeper, more challenging. The forest became denser, the canopy thicker, casting perpetual twilight over the ground. I felt an oppressive presence, a subtle shift in the air, a feeling of ancient, watchful eyes. Finally, after nearly 4 hours of intense hiking, I reached the base of the Sentinel. It was an imposing rock face, rising majestically out of the dense forest, almost like a natural fortress. A narrow, almost invisible trail, truly a deer path, snaked its way up. I found a hidden vantage point, nestled behind a cluster of thick pines, offering a clear view of the upper plateau of the Sentinel. I unshouldered my backpack, carefully pulled out my binoculars, and began to scan the area. The plateau was relatively flat, a natural clearing at the summit. And there in the center was a large, flat-topped stone. It wasn't just a natural rock, it had been worked, smoothed, possibly even carved. It looked like an altar, and surrounding it in a loose circle were several smaller, cruder stone structures, Harding's shrines. My breath caught in my throat. He was right. Everything he wrote was true. This was their place, their sanctuary, their ritual ground. I scanned the perimeter of the plateau, looking for any signs of recent activity. There were no immediate signs of people, no fires, no tents. But I noticed faint, well-worn paths leading into the dense woods on the far side of the plateau, trails that weren't on any map. And then I saw it, carved into the surface of the central altar stone, clearly visible even through the binoculars, were 3 intertwined circles. The symbol Harding had described. It was a deep, ancient carving, but clearly maintained. My hands trembled. This cult was real. They had been here for at least 55 years, perhaps longer, and they were still using this very spot. I slowly, meticulously began to photograph everything. The altar stone, the shrines, the paths leading off into the woods, every detail I could capture with my telephoto lens. This was irrefutable evidence. As I worked, my attention was drawn to a particular point on the altar stone. A faint reddish-brown stain, almost invisible against the dark rock, but unmistakable in its context. Dried blood, recent or ancient, it was impossible to tell from this distance. I continued my surveillance, utterly still, barely breathing. The silence was profound, broken only by the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. The air felt heavy, charged with a strange energy. Then I heard it, a low, rhythmic sound carried on the wind, chanting, faint, distant, but undeniable. It was coming from deeper in the woods beyond the Sentinel Plateau, down one of those unmapped paths. My blood ran cold. They were here or they were coming. I froze, lowering my binoculars, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I had to be careful. I had to observe, not confront. The chanting grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't English. It sounded guttural, ancient, a strange cadence that sent shivers down my spine. And then I saw them, figures emerging from the dense tree line, moving towards the plateau, 6 of them, dressed in dark, hooded robes, just as Harding had described. They moved with a strange, almost ritualistic solemnity. They reached the plateau and gathered around the altar stone, their backs mostly to me. They stood in a silent circle for a long moment, their heads bowed. One of them, slightly taller than the others, raised their arms, and the chanting began anew, this time louder, clearer, echoing through the silent woods. It was hypnotic, unsettling. I focused my camera, zooming in, trying to capture as much detail as possible, even though their faces were obscured by deep hoods. And then my breath hitched. A 7th figure emerged from the trees, a woman. She was being led, or perhaps dragged, by 2 of the hooded figures. Her arms were bound behind her back and her head was bowed. Her clothes were disheveled, but I could make out a blue windbreaker. My heart lurched. The blue windbreaker, it couldn't be. They brought her to the altar stone, forcing her to kneel. Her head remained down, her dark hair falling over her face. I couldn't see her features, but the color of her hair, the general build, it was unsettlingly similar to the woman I'd found in the cabin. The lead-robed figure stepped forward, holding something in their hand. It glinted in the dappled sunlight. It was a metal disc, small, round, with a raised symbol, a star, sharper, almost alien, Harding's disc, the one the killer had removed. My hands trembled, my finger hovering over the shutter button. This was it. I was witnessing a ritual, potentially another sacrifice. The chanting intensified, the robed figures swayed in unison. The woman knelt utterly still. The leader raised the metallic disc, holding it aloft, then slowly lowered it, pressing it against the altar stone right into the center of the three intertwined circles. A faint, low hum emanated from the stone, a sound so subtle I questioned if I was imagining it. Then the leader spoke, their voice low, guttural, but somehow amplified, reverberating through the trees. It wasn't the chanting. It was words in the same ancient, unknown language. I was utterly paralyzed, a mixture of terror and morbid fascination. I couldn't move, I couldn't look away. One of the robed figures took out a small, ceremonial knife. It glinted wickedly. My blood ran cold. This was not a test. This was real. The figure approached the kneeling woman. I had to do something. I was a witness. I couldn't let another person die. But what could I do? I was one man, armed with a knife and a hiking pole, against 6 robed figures, possibly armed, clearly fanatical. My mind raced, frantically searching for an option. Call the police. I had no signal deep in the woods. Reveal myself. That would be suicide. As the figure raised the knife, a desperate primal scream erupted from my throat, raw and uncontrolled. Stop, I yelled, my voice cracking, echoing through the sudden, stunned silence of the woods. All 6 heads, hooded and faceless, snapped towards my position. The chanting ceased abruptly. The knife wielder froze, the blade poised. I had exposed myself, my cover was blown. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. There was no turning back. The leader, the taller figure, slowly turned to face me. Even from this distance, I felt the intensity of their gaze, the cold calculation. A low, guttural growl, exactly as Harding had described, emanated from the leader. Not human, something else. Then, with a chilling swiftness, the robed figures began to move. Not towards me initially. 2 of them seized the bound woman, dragging her back towards the tree line, disappearing into the dense woods. The other 4, including the leader, started to advance, fanning out, moving with an eerie, silent coordination straight for my hidden vantage point. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum of pure terror. They were coming for me. I grabbed my backpack, stumbling backwards, my carefully planned escape routes dissolving into a blur of panic. I dropped my binoculars, they clattered uselessly on the rocks. I didn't care, I just had to run. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my camo clothes, roots tripping my feet. I could hear them behind me, the rustle of their robes, the faint thud of their footsteps. They were fast, faster than I anticipated. I didn't try to follow any specific path. I just ran blindly, fueled by sheer adrenaline, pushing deeper into the trackless wilderness, hoping to lose them in the dense forest. The woods became a terrifying labyrinth. Every tree was a shadow, every rustle of leaves a pursuer. I could hear their guttural calls now, communicating with each other, closing in. I was no longer the observer, I was the prey. I ran for what felt like an eternity, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, and kept going. My backpack, heavy with camera gear and supplies, became a leaden weight, slowing me down. Suddenly, I burst into a small, unexpected clearing. It wasn't on my map. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient, impossibly large oak tree, its branches gnarled and reaching like skeletal arms. And at its base, almost consumed by its roots, was a very old, almost dilapidated stone well. Its mouth was dark, gaping. A dead end or a new opportunity. I heard their footsteps growing closer, their guttural whispers all around me. They had me. My eyes darted around, desperate. The well, it was deep, possibly an escape or a trap. Without another thought, I scrambled onto the low stone wall of the well, turning to face my pursuers. The first 2 figures emerged from the tree line, their hoods still obscuring their faces but their forms menacing. They moved with a silent, predatory grace. "Who are you?" I gasped, my voice hoarse, brandishing my hiking pole like a spear. They didn't answer. They just continued to advance, slowly, deliberately, their shadowed forms utterly terrifying. My mind raced. I couldn't fight them. I had one choice. I took a final, desperate look at the approaching figures, then jumped. I plummeted into the absolute darkness of the well, a chilling, echoing scream tearing from my throat, the sound swallowed by the deep, cold earth. The splash as I hit the water far, far below was faint, a whisper in the suffocating silence. Above, the dark forms of the hooded figures peered down into the black maw, their silhouettes stark against the sliver of sky. They had found me, and now I was trapped. The icy shock of the water stole my breath, a visceral punch to the gut that emptied my lungs in a strangled gasp. I sank heavy with my backpack into an abyss of frigid blackness. Panic clawed at my throat, but a deeper, more primal instinct took over: survival. My arms flailed, kicking desperately, fighting the weight, fighting the suffocating cold. My head broke the surface, and I gulped air, a ragged, choking sound. The water was impossibly cold, numbing my skin, stealing my body heat. Above, a faint sliver of sky, framed by the rough stone lip of the well, was all I could see. The silhouettes of the hooded figures still loomed, dark and ominous against the twilight. They said nothing, simply watched, their silence more terrifying than any threat. "Hello," I yelled, my voice weak, shivering. "Are you going to help me?" No answer, no movement, just the unblinking, silent vigil. It was clear they had no intention of offering assistance. They wanted me gone, dead, presumably. I couldn't stay in the water. My limbs were already growing stiff, my teeth chattering uncontrollably. I began to tread water, scanning the smooth, wet stone walls of the well. They were ancient, slick with moss and dark algae, offering no purchase. My fingers scrabbled, desperate, finding nothing but cold stone. The well was wider than I'd anticipated, perhaps 10 feet in diameter. The walls curved smoothly upwards, disappearing into the impenetrable gloom above, beyond the reach of the faint light from the opening. I was in a stone cylinder, a prison. "Is there a way out?" I gasped, trying to keep my voice steady, fighting the rising terror. "A ladder, a rope." Still nothing, they just watched. I could almost feel their eyes on me, even though their faces were hidden. A profound sense of helplessness washed over me. This was it. They had cornered me. But then a flicker of hope. As I drifted, my foot brushed against something hard and uneven beneath the surface. I ducked my head back into the water, fighting the cold, opening my eyes in the murky darkness. I saw nothing, but my foot had definitely struck something. I took a deep breath, plunged back down, and began to feel around with my hands. The water was surprisingly deep, at least 10 feet, maybe more. My fingers grazed something solid, rough, not the smooth wall. I pushed against it, and it seemed to give slightly. I followed the contours, my lungs burning. It was a jagged opening, a tear in the otherwise smooth stone wall just below the waterline. A tunnel, an escape. I broke the surface, gasping, adrenaline surging through me, momentarily overriding the cold. "There's a tunnel," I yelled up, more to myself than to them, a desperate declaration of my continued defiance. The figures above remained motionless. Had they known, was this another trap? I didn't care. It was a choice between freezing to death in the well or facing whatever lay beyond that opening. I chose the unknown. I took another deep breath and plunged back down, fumbling for the opening. It was tight, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, especially with the bulky backpack. I had to wriggle, pushing with my feet against the opposite wall, inching my way into the dark maw. The cold, black water filled my ears, muffling the world, leaving me in a cocoon of claustrophobic silence. My backpack snagged on something sharp. I cursed inwardly, twisting, trying to free it. I thought about shedding it, but it contained my precious camera, my GPS, my knife, and other vital supplies. I couldn't lose it. With a final, desperate heave, it popped free, and I was through. I emerged, sputtering, into a shallow pool of water, standing on solid ground. The air was cool, damp, and smelled strongly of earth and something else, something metallic and musky. Not the sweet metallic smell from the cabin, but something ancient, almost primal. I was in an underground cavern, total darkness. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The only sound was the drip of water and my own ragged breathing. The first thing I did was fumble for my headlamp. My fingers were stiff, clumsy with cold. I tore at the straps of my backpack, pulled it out, and with a click, a beam of light pierced the oppressive black. The cavern was small, rough-hewn, not natural. It was clearly man-made, or at least heavily modified. The walls were rough rock, wet in places, glinting with traces of mineral deposits. The water from the well created a small, shallow pool at the entrance to this chamber, then drained away into a fissure in the floor, its destination unknown. I shivered violently, my clothes soaked, plastered to my skin. I had to get warm. I quickly pulled off my backpack, rummaged inside, and found the dry set of thermals I'd packed. My hands were shaking so much it took precious minutes to strip off my wet camo and pull on the dry layers. The relief was immediate, a small victory against the encroaching hypothermia. Once dressed, I turned my attention to the cavern. The beam of my headlamp danced over the walls, revealing more details. There were niches carved into the rock, almost like shelves, and a narrow passageway leading off into the darkness, sloping gently downwards. This was no mere well, this was an entrance. Harding's building something, this was it. My heart pounded with a mix of dread and a strange, cold excitement. I had escaped the immediate threat, but I was now deeper in the lion's den than ever before. I checked my phone, no signal, of course. The GPS device, however, worked, albeit slowly, struggling to acquire satellites underground. I marked my current position, well cavern, an anchor point in this subterranean labyrinth. I reshouldered my backpack, grabbed my hiking pole, and ventured into the passageway. The air grew heavier, still carrying that strange, musky metallic scent. The passage was narrow, sometimes forcing me to duck, sometimes to squeeze sideways. The walls were damp, occasionally dripping with cold water. I moved slowly, cautiously, my headlamp beam cutting a lonely path through the absolute darkness. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every echo of my footsteps seemed to multiply, a phantom presence at my heels. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The passage twisted and turned, always sloping downwards. I kept a careful eye on my GPS, noting the direction, the slight drop in elevation. I was going deep. Then the passageway began to widen. The rough rock gave way to smoother, more uniform walls. They still looked like natural stone, but there were subtle signs of human intervention, chisel marks, smooth sections. The musky metallic smell intensified, now mingled with something else, a faint, cloying sweetness. The sweet metallic smell Harding had described, the one I'd smelled at the cabin. This was significant. My headlamp beam picked out something ahead. A glimmer, light, not a faint, distant light, but a diffuse glow emanating from around a bend in the passage. I froze, extinguishing my headlamp. The darkness was absolute again, disorienting. I pressed myself against the cold, damp wall, my heart hammering. The light was coming from a larger chamber. I crept forward inch by agonizing inch, moving with extreme caution. The light grew stronger, a soft, pulsating amber glow. And with it, sounds began to emerge from the silence, a low hum, a rhythmic thrumming, and a faint, high-pitched whine, mechanical sounds, just as Harding had described from 1967. This was no ordinary cult operating with torches and primitive tools. I reached the bend and peered around the corner. My breath caught in my throat. I was looking into an enormous cavern, far larger than anything I could have imagined. It was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow far above, its walls stretching away into the gloom. But the center of the cavern was illuminated by the amber glow, emanating from a colossal, intricately carved stone structure that dominated the space. It was a monolith, a massive pillar of dark, gleaming stone, rising from the floor of the cavern to an unknown height. Its surface was covered in intricate carvings, symbols, and what looked like ancient glyphs. 3 intertwined circles were prominent, repeated over and over, pulsing faintly with the amber light. And around the base of this monolith, arranged in a perfect circle, were more of those crude stone shrines I'd seen above ground. But these were larger, more elaborate, each holding a flickering amberlit brazier. The light from these braziers, combined with the pulsating glow of the monolith, bathed the entire area in an eerie, otherworldly light. My eyes widened in disbelief. This was it. This was their true sanctuary, their inner sanctum. But it wasn't empty. Hooded figures, at least a dozen of them, were arranged in a wide circle around the monolith, their heads bowed, their dark robes almost blending into the shadows. Their backs were mostly to me, but I could tell they were engaged in some kind of ritual. The low hum, the rhythmic thrumming, and the faint whine seemed to emanate from the monolith itself, a living, breathing entity. And then I saw her. The bound woman, she was kneeling at the very base of the monolith, her head bowed, her hands still tied behind her back. She wore the blue windbreaker, she was alive. Barely, her body slumped, exhausted. My mind reeled, they had brought her down here. This was where the true ritual was to take place. I could feel a deep, resonating vibration in the floor beneath my feet, a subtle hum that seemed to penetrate my very bones. The air was thick with the strange, cloying, metallic sweet smell. It was intoxicating and sickening at the same time. I couldn't stay hidden for long. My presence here was a ticking time bomb. I needed to document this. I needed to act, but how against so many? I carefully, silently retrieved my camera, extending the telephoto lens. My hands were steady now, driven by a cold determination. I began to photograph everything, zooming in on the monolith, the carvings, the hooded figures, the bound woman, every detail, every angle. This was evidence of a crime, an ongoing atrocity. As I photographed, I noticed something else. On a raised platform built into one of the cavern walls was a complex array of what looked like old scientific equipment. Wires, gauges, vacuum tubes, and strange, archaic-looking machines that pulsed with a faint internal light. It looked like something out of a 1950s sci-fi movie, meticulously maintained, clearly functional. This was the source of the mechanical whine and hum Harding had heard. This was not a primitive cult. This was something far more sophisticated, far more dangerous. My eyes darted back to the monolith. The 3 intertwined circles pulsed, sometimes brighter, sometimes dimmer. It almost seemed to breathe. Then one of the hooded figures, the tallest one I'd seen above ground, separated from the group and approached the bound woman. They carried the same small, metallic disc with the star symbol, Harding's disc. The leader, for I was certain it was the leader, raised the disc, holding it directly over the woman's head. The air crackled with a palpable tension. The hum from the monolith intensified, rising in pitch, almost reaching a painful frequency. The other robed figures began to chant again, a low, guttural, rhythmic sound that seemed to vibrate through the very stones of the cavern. It was the same chant I'd heard above ground. The leader lowered the disc, bringing it closer to the woman. She remained motionless, head bowed, but I could see a faint tremble running through her body. My mind screamed I had to do something. But what? My hiking pole against a dozen fanatical, possibly armed cultists, it was suicide. Then a thought cold and clear cut through the terror. The woman I had found in the cabin, the SDOP message, she had been trying to warn someone, and now this woman was about to suffer the same fate. I knew I couldn't fight them directly, but I could create a diversion, a loud noise, anything to disrupt the ritual to buy the woman time. My eyes scanned the cavern walls. There was a loose pile of rocks near my hiding spot, detritus from the excavation, small, unstable. I took a deep breath, fighting the tremor in my hands. This was a desperate gamble. I picked up a large, fist-sized rock, balanced it precariously on a smaller one, and then with all my might pushed the whole pile, sending a cascade of stones clattering down the tunnel, echoing loudly in the vast cavern. The effect was instantaneous. The chanting ceased abruptly. The humming from the monolith faltered, a discordant whine. All heads, hooded and faceless, snapped towards the sound. The leader froze, the metallic disc still suspended above the woman. "Intruder," a voice boomed deep and resonant from one of the figures. It was the first time I'd heard them speak in English. "He's here, the Guardian." My blood ran cold. The Guardian, that was what Harding had been called. They knew I had found his journal. "Find him," the leader's voice commanded, guttural, full of cold fury. "Do not let him escape, and bring the sacrifice." Two of the robed figures immediately surged towards my position, moving with shocking speed. Others began to fan out, searching the shadows, while two more seized the bound woman, roughly pulling her to her feet and dragging her deeper into the cavern, away from the monolith, towards a smaller, darker opening in the far wall. My diversion had worked, but it had bought me precious seconds, not minutes, and it had put me in even greater danger. I scrambled back, heart pounding, extinguishing my headlamp again. The cavern plunged into oppressive gloom, the amber glow of the monolith now seeming distant, almost threatening. I heard their footsteps, surprisingly swift and silent, closing in. I could hear their whispers, their guttural commands. They knew these tunnels, I didn't. I stumbled back down the passage I'd come from, moving purely by memory and instinct in the utter darkness. I slammed into a wall, scraping my arm, but kept going, desperation fueling my every step. "He is fast," a voice hissed, closer than I expected. "The Guardian cannot escape the heart of the mountain." The heart of the mountain, that's what they called this place. I could hear them directly behind me now, their breathing shallow, rapid. I was trapped. Then another sound, fainter but unmistakable. The bound woman's muffled cries. They were taking her through that other opening. I had to try. I couldn't just run away, leaving her to her fate. I stopped abruptly, spinning around. I had to risk it. I clicked my headlamp back on, swinging the beam wildly behind me, hoping to disorient them. Two figures were indeed right behind me, their hooded faces mere feet away. They flinched back from the sudden light, momentarily blinded. It was all I needed. I swung my hiking pole, a desperate, clumsy blow, catching the first figure squarely in the chest. There was a muffled grunt, and the figure stumbled back, colliding with the second. I didn't wait. I turned and sprinted back the way I'd come, towards the main cavern, towards the monolith, towards the opening where they had taken the woman. My heart was in my throat, every muscle screaming. I was a lamb running into a wolf pack, but I couldn't leave her. I burst back into the main cavern, the amber glow of the monolith a beacon. The two cultists I'd hit were already recovering, chasing after me. The remaining figures were still scattered, searching, but now their attention snapped back to me. "The Guardian returns," the leader's voice boomed, echoing through the cavern. "Stop him." I ignored them, my eyes fixed on the narrow opening in the far wall where the woman had been taken. It was small, barely a crawl space. I charged, weaving between the stone shrines, my hiking pole held ready. Two more figures moved to intercept me, blocking the path to the opening. I feigned a lunge to the left, then spun right, using my hiking pole to trip one of them. He went down with a surprised cry. The other lunged for me, but I parried his grab with the pole, pushing him back, buying a split second. I reached the opening, dropping to my hands and knees, scrambling into the dark crawl space. It was tight, rough, and smelled even more intensely of that cloying metallic scent. Behind me, shouts erupted. I could hear the cultists entering the crawl space, their robes rustling, their guttural shouts echoing in the confined space. They were right behind me. I crawled desperately, pushing with my feet, pulling with my hands, my backpack scraping along the low ceiling. My headlamp beam bounced wildly, illuminating a rough, descending tunnel. Then I heard a faint, whimpering sound ahead, the woman. "Hello," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Are you there?" A choked sob answered me. She was close. The tunnel opened into another, smaller chamber. This one was even darker, only faintly lit by what looked like a few ancient, glowing mushrooms clinging to the damp walls. In the center, tied to a crude wooden post, was the bound woman. Her head was still bowed, her hair obscuring her face, but she was definitely alive. Two cultists stood over her, their backs to me, engaged in hushed conversation. I had to be quiet. I extinguished my headlamp again, plunging myself into near-total darkness, relying on the faint bioluminescence of the mushrooms. I crept forward, my hiking pole ready. The two cultists were discussing something in their guttural language. I couldn't understand, but their tone was urgent, agitated. I got close enough to hear the woman's ragged breathing. She was clearly terrified, barely conscious. I raised my hiking pole, choosing my target, the cultist on the right. With a silent prayer, I brought the pole down in a sharp, swift arc, aiming for the back of his hooded head. There was a sickening thud, a gasp, and he crumpled to the floor without a sound. The second cultist spun around, startled, but before he could react, I swung again, catching him on the side of the head. He staggered, then fell, hitting the ground hard. I didn't wait to see if they were out cold. I rushed to the woman, fumbling for my small knife. Her ropes were thick, tightly bound. "It's okay," I whispered, trying to reassure her. "I'm here to help." Her head slowly lifted. Her eyes, wide and terrified, met mine. They were a startling shade of green. And then I saw her face. My breath hitched. She was young, perhaps in her late 20s or early 30s. Her face was pale, streaked with dirt and tears, but even so I recognized her. She was the woman from the photo, the one on Harding's desk, the one the killer had put back. And etched into the back of the locket I found, the one with Clara's picture in the pressed flower, was a single, stylized letter, S. This was Sarah, not Sarah Jenkins, Harding's daughter, but another Sarah. The woman in the photo was his granddaughter. Harding's journal, his last entry, his STOP message, it was all connected. "Sarah," I whispered, cutting frantically at the ropes. Her eyes, filled with a desperate plea, widened further. A muffled shout echoed from the tunnel entrance. They were coming. "We have to go," I hissed, the last rope finally giving way. She was weak, her legs almost giving out beneath her. I had to support her, half carrying her towards a smaller, even darker opening in the wall, an opening I hadn't noticed before. It looked like a natural fissure, barely wide enough for one person. "This way," I urged, pushing her gently ahead of me. "Can you walk?" She nodded, a small, choked sound escaping her lips. We scrambled through the fissure just as the first cultists burst into the chamber, their headlamps slicing through the gloom. Shouts of rage erupted behind us. The fissure was even tighter, a claustrophobic squeeze through rough, jagged rock. Sarah, though weak, showed remarkable determination, pushing herself through the narrow gap. The metallic sweet smell was overwhelming here, almost suffocating. We emerged into another, slightly larger, natural tunnel. It twisted and turned, sloping steeply upwards. My GPS was struggling, but it showed we were moving northeast, away from the main cavern, away from the Sentinel. "Where are we going?" Sarah whispered, her voice raspy, barely audible. "Away from them," I replied, pulling her along. "We have to get out of these tunnels. Where do they lead?" She shook her head weakly. "I don't know, they brought me here. I was trying to find out what happened to my grandmother, Clara. My mother, she told me stories about my grandfather, Philip. He found something, she said, something important." My blood ran cold. Sarah, Philip Harding's granddaughter, was looking for answers just like me. She had clearly followed a similar path, perhaps even found her grandfather's cabin. "Your mother is Sarah Jenkins?" I asked, panting. She nodded. "Yes, how do you know?" "I met her, she gave me your grandfather's journal. That's how I know about all this. That's how I know they're a cult." Her eyes widened in disbelief and dawning comprehension. "The journal, he hid it. My mother always thought he had something, a secret." The tunnel was becoming steeper, the air colder, fresher. There was a faint glimmer of light ahead, a distant promise of the outside world. "We're almost there," I urged, pushing her gently. "Keep going. What exactly were you looking for, Sarah? What did your mother tell you?" "She spoke of a hidden place," Sarah gasped, still struggling but pushing herself. "A place my grandfather frequented. She never knew what it was, but she said he was often agitated after visiting it. And she found a strange map. Drawn by him, it had symbols, 3 circles. A map, Harding's map. He'd hidden it too. Or perhaps Sarah's mother had kept it without knowing its true significance." The light ahead grew stronger. We were nearing the surface. But the sounds of pursuit were closer too, their guttural shouts echoing, amplified by the tunnel. "They're right behind us," I hissed. "Can you run?" Sarah, despite her obvious exhaustion, found a surge of adrenaline. "Yes," she whispered, her eyes burning with newfound resolve. The tunnel opened into a dense thicket of blackberry bushes, thorny and impenetrable. But beyond it, I could see sunlight filtering through the trees. We burst through, scratching ourselves mercilessly, but finally we were outside. We were on a steep wooded incline. The air was fresh, crisp. The trees were dense, offering cover. I checked my GPS. We were still on Juniper Ridge, but much further north, closer to the park boundary, away from the Sentinel. "Which way?" I asked Sarah. She looked around, disoriented. I don't know this part of the woods. I usually stick to the main trails." "Okay," I said, thinking fast. We need to get to my car. It's parked several miles west at the remote trailhead. We can't go back through the main park. We need to go around. The sound of shouts erupted from the tunnel entrance below us. They had found the exit. Run, I yelled, pulling Sarah along. We plunged into the dense woods, scrambling down the steep incline, weaving through trees, trying to put as much distance between us and the cultists as possible. Sarah, despite her ordeal, found a surprising reserve of strength, spurred on by the fear of recapture. My mind raced, putting together the pieces. Sarah, Harding's granddaughter, searching for answers just like me. She must have stumbled upon some clue, some old map or note from her grandfather, leading her to the cabin and then to the Sentinel. And then she had been captured. The cult, knowing her connection to Harding and perhaps fearing she had found his hidden evidence, had taken her for their ritual. This on the locket, it was for Harding's granddaughter, his original Sarah, a secret link. And the woman in the cabin, the other Sarah, had been trying to finish Harding's message STOP, possibly because she too had uncovered the truth and then paid the ultimate price. The two Sarahs, both linked to the cult, both seeking answers. The thought was chilling. How many had they silenced over the decades? We ran for what felt like an eternity, our lungs burning, our legs aching. The cultists were relentless, their guttural calls echoing through the woods, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always present. They knew these woods intimately. We were outsiders. I kept checking my GPS, trying to orient myself, trying to navigate towards the remote trailhead. The terrain was rugged, full of unseen roots and loose stones. Sarah stumbled several times, but always picked herself up, her face a mask of grim determination. "They won't give up," she panted. "They never do." "You've encountered them before?" I asked, surprised. "Not directly," she gasped. "But when I was doing my own research, trying to find out about my grandfather, I found stories, old local legends, of strange figures in the woods, of people who disappeared. My mother always dismissed them, but I started to believe. This was bigger than I thought. This cult was not just a historical anomaly. It was an ingrained part of the local folklore, hidden in plain sight, dismissed as mere legend. We reached a small stream, its banks muddy and overgrown. I hesitated. Crossing would leave tracks, but it also offered a chance to wash away some of the scent, to disorient our pursuers. "We cross here," I said, pulling Sarah towards the water. "Try to keep low." We waded through the frigid water, the cold a sharp jolt. I guided Sarah carefully, ensuring she didn't slip on the mossy rocks. On the other side, we plunged back into the woods, trying to cover our tracks as best as we could, moving through dense undergrowth, breaking branches behind us. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. Twilight was approaching, and with it, the woods would become an even more dangerous place. We continued our frantic flight, the sounds of the cultists occasionally growing louder, then fading, then reappearing in another direction. They were circling, hurting us. "We need to create a false trail," I said, thinking aloud. "Buy us some time." I looked around. A large, hollow log lay half buried in the undergrowth. "Sarah, you go on ahead. I'll try to draw them away. Meet me at the old logging road about half a mile west." I pointed to a faint line on my GPS map. "Can you find it?" Her eyes, still wide with fear, met mine. "No, I can't leave you. I don't know these woods." "You have to," I insisted. "It's our only chance. If they catch both of us, it's over. You can run faster. You're smaller. Take my GPS. Follow the line." I quickly handed her the device. "Go now and don't look back." She hesitated for a split second, then nodded, a flicker of fierce determination in her green eyes. "Be careful, Guardian," she whispered, and then she was gone, a blur of blue windbreaker disappearing into the trees. I watched her go, a knot of fear and admiration twisting in my gut. I had just sent her off alone into a hostile wilderness, pursued by a fanatical cult. It was a terrible choice, but it was the only one I had. I turned, took a deep breath, and began to make my own path, deliberately crashing through the undergrowth, breaking branches, leaving a clear, noisy trail leading in a different direction. I ran for about 100 yards, then doubled back, moving silently, stealthily, trying to circle around, hoping to confuse them. I could hear their voices, growing closer now, following the false trail I'd laid. They were shouting, their guttural language filled with anger and frustration. I hunkered down behind a massive fallen oak, barely daring to breathe. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I watched, hidden, as 4 hooded figures crashed through the trees, following my decoy path. They were moving fast, their heads turning, searching. They passed within 20 feet of my hiding spot, their robes rustling, their movements fluid and predatory. I could almost feel the cold hatred emanating from them. They were hunting me. Once they were safely past, I began my own, quieter journey towards the logging road, trying to move as silently as possible, my senses on high alert. I tried to mentally map out Sarah's route, hoping she found the logging road, hoping she was safe. The fear for her was almost greater than the fear for myself. She was an innocent caught in this nightmare, a descendant of Harding seeking justice. I moved through the darkening woods, the twilight deepening into night. The forest became a maze of shifting shadows and whispering winds. Every sound was magnified, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. My headlamp remained off, a beacon I couldn't afford to display. I relied on the faint starlight filtering through the canopy and my acute sense of hearing and smell. The cold, metallic sweet smell was still in the air, fainter now but stubbornly present. A reminder of the cult, their rituals, their presence in these ancient woods. I walked for what felt like an eternity, always listening, always scanning. The logging road, when I finally found it, was barely discernible, overgrown with weeds and small saplings, but it was there, a thin, faint line snaking through the trees. I checked my GPS. I was roughly where I needed to be, but there was no sign of Sarah. "Sarah," I whispered into the darkness, my voice barely audible. "Are you here?" Only the wind answered, rustling through the leaves, a mournful sound. Panic began to set in. Had she gotten lost? Had she been caught? I walked along the logging road, calling her name softly, repeatedly. No answer. My mind raced. What if they had anticipated my move? What if they had cultists lying in wait along the logging road? I had to assume the worst. I had to assume she was in danger. But where could I look? The woods were vast, dark, and dangerous. I found a small, sheltered alcove beneath an overhang of rock, well hidden from the logging road. I decided to wait there, to listen, to observe. I couldn't risk blundering blindly through the woods in the dark. I pulled out my thermal blanket, wrapping myself tightly, trying to conserve body heat. The cold was seeping into my bones, my muscles ached, my head throbbed. I was utterly exhausted, physically and emotionally. Hours passed, the moon rose, a pale sliver through the branches. The woods were alive with the sounds of the night, crickets, owls, the rustle of unseen creatures, but no human sounds, no cultists, no Sarah. I stared at my GPS, the small dot marking the logging road. What was my next move? I couldn't stay here forever. I tried to retrace my steps, using the GPS to pinpoint where I'd left her. It was a risky move, but I couldn't abandon her. I moved stealthily, retracing my steps, constantly scanning the darkness, my hiking pole held ready. My heart was a cold knot of dread. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustle in the bushes ahead. I froze, crouching low, my breath held. A small, dark shape emerged from the shadows. It was Sarah. "Sarah," I breathed, a wave of profound relief washing over me. She almost jumped out of her skin, startled. Then she saw me, and her face, pale in the moonlight, broke into a fragile smile. "Alex," she whispered, rushing towards me, I thought they got you." "I thought they got you," I replied, my voice rough with emotion. "Are you okay? What happened?" I got lost," she admitted, her voice trembling. "The GPS was hard to follow in the dark. I hid for a long time. I heard them calling, searching. They passed right by me. But then I found the road. I just stayed hidden, waiting." "Thank God," I whispered, relief flooding through me. "We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west, off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails." "Okay," she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. "What now?" "We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west, off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails." "Okay," she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. "What now?" "Now we keep moving," I answered, grabbing her arm gently. "Silently, we're not out of danger yet. They know we're out here and they know the woods better than we do." We started walking deeper into the dark, tangled forest. The moon offered only faint light, dappling through the thick canopy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes darting into the shadows. Sarah, despite her earlier ordeal, moved with a surprising resilience, her fear now tempered by a quiet determination. "Tell me everything," she whispered as we walked, her voice still raw. "What did you find in my grandfather's journal? How did you know about the cult?" I kept my voice low, speaking in clipped sentences as we navigated the treacherous terrain. He documented everything, from 1967, the hooded figures, the rituals, the strange growls, the mechanical sounds, the light near the sentinel. He stumbled upon them by accident. He saw them perform sacrifices. Sarah gasped, a shudder running through her. "Sacrifices? My mother only ever said he found something important and was agitated. She wouldn't talk about it much. She thought he was just overworked." "He was trying to expose them," I continued, "but they caught him. They covered it up. His death was ruled natural causes." "That's why he hid the journal," Sarah mused, a grim realization dawning on her face. "He knew he was in danger, and the woman, the one who died in the cabin, my mother told me her name was Alice. She was a park ranger, a friend of my grandfather. She was trying to warn someone too, wasn't she?" "She was," I confirmed. "She left me the SDOP message. And she also had a disc like the one the leader had with the star." "A star?" Sarah looked puzzled. "What star?" "It's sharper, almost alien," I explained. "Not like any star symbol I've ever seen. That's their true cult symbol, the one they always seem to have with them." We walked for another hour, the cold seeping into our bones. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The absence of pursuit was almost more unnerving than the sounds of their calls. It meant they were either very far behind or they were planning something. My mother also had something else, Sarah said, breaking the silence. An old map hand-drawn by my grandfather. It had strange symbols, 3 intertwined circles. The 3 intertwined circles, I repeated, that's their symbol. I saw it carved into the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith underground. And the metal disc, the cult symbol, was pressed into it during the ritual. My mother always thought it was some kind of coded map to a fishing spot, Sarah continued. She kept it because it was one of the few things she had of his. She never understood it, just kept it folded in an old photo album. Do you know where it is now? I asked, a spark of hope igniting. Yes, it's at her house in Elmwood, if we can get there. It could be crucial, I said. It might show other locations, other cult sites, or even how to stop them. We pressed on, our progress slow in the darkness. My GPS was our only guide, a small glowing rectangle showing our painfully slow advance towards the remote trailhead. Every so often I stopped, scanning the woods, listening intently. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. You said they called you the Guardian, Sarah asked after a long stretch of silence. Yes, above ground when I yelled at them to stop, and again down in the cavern. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. Harding was the original guardian of the woods, fighting against them. He always felt a deep connection to the forest, Sarah mused. He saw himself as its protector. My mother told me that even after he stopped being a ranger, he'd still spend days out here just walking, observing. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west, off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails. Okay, she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. What now? Now we keep moving, I answered, grabbing her arm gently. Silently, we're not out of danger yet. They know we're out here and they know the woods better than we do. We started walking deeper into the dark, tangled forest. The moon offered only faint light dappling through the thick canopy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes darting into the shadows. Sarah, despite her earlier ordeal, moved with a surprising resilience, her fear now tempered by a quiet determination. Tell me everything, she whispered as we walked, her voice still raw. What did you find in my grandfather's journal? How did you know about the cult? I kept my voice low, speaking in clipped sentences as we navigated the treacherous terrain. He documented everything, from 1967, the hooded figures, the rituals, the strange growls, the mechanical sounds, the light near the Sentinel. He stumbled upon them by accident. He saw them perform sacrifices. Sarah gasped, a shudder running through her. Sacrifices? My mother only ever said he found something important and was agitated. She wouldn't talk about it much. She thought he was just overworked. He was trying to expose them, I continued, but they caught him. They covered it up. His death was ruled natural causes. That's why he hid the journal, Sarah mused, a grim realization dawning on her face. He knew he was in danger, and the woman, the one who died in the cabin, my mother told me her name was Alice. She was a park ranger, a friend of my grandfather. She was trying to warn someone too, wasn't she? She was, I confirmed. She left me the SDOP message. And she also had a disc like the one the leader had with the star. A star, Sarah looked puzzled. What star? It's sharper, almost alien, I explained. Not like any star symbol I've ever seen. That's their true cult symbol, the one they always seem to have with them. We walked for another hour, the cold seeping into our bones. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The absence of pursuit was almost more unnerving than the sounds of their calls. It meant they were either very far behind or they were planning something. My mother also had something else, Sarah said, breaking the silence. An old map hand-drawn by my grandfather. It had strange symbols, 3 intertwined circles. The 3 intertwined circles, I repeated, that's their symbol. I saw it carved into the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith underground. And the metal disc, the cult symbol, was pressed into it during the ritual. My mother always thought it was some kind of coded map to a fishing spot, Sarah continued. She kept it because it was one of the few things she had of his. She never understood it, just kept it folded in an old photo album. Do you know where it is now? I asked, a spark of hope igniting. Yes, it's at her house in Elmwood, if we can get there. It could be crucial, I said. It might show other locations, other cult sites, or even how to stop them. We pressed on, our progress slow in the darkness. My GPS was our only guide, a small glowing rectangle showing our painfully slow advance towards the remote trailhead. Every so often I stopped, scanning the woods, listening intently. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. You said they called you the Guardian, Sarah asked after a long stretch of silence. Yes, above ground when I yelled at them to stop, and again down in the cavern. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. Harding was the original guardian of the woods fighting against them. He always felt a deep connection to the forest, Sarah mused. He saw himself as its protector. My mother told me that even after he stopped being a ranger, he'd still spend days out here just walking, observing. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails. Okay, she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. What now? Now we keep moving, I answered, grabbing her arm gently. Silently, we're not out of danger yet. They know we're out here and they know the woods better than we do. We started walking deeper into the dark, tangled forest. The moon offered only faint light dappling through the thick canopy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes darting into the shadows. Sarah, despite her earlier ordeal, moved with a surprising resilience, her fear now tempered by a quiet determination. Tell me everything, she whispered as we walked, her voice still raw. What did you find in my grandfather's journal? How did you know about the cult? I kept my voice low, speaking in clipped sentences as we navigated the treacherous terrain. He documented everything from 1967, the hooded figures, the rituals, the strange growls, the mechanical sounds, the light near the sentinel. He stumbled upon them by accident. He saw them perform sacrifices. Sarah gasped, a shudder running through her. Sacrifices? My mother only ever said he found something important and was agitated. She wouldn't talk about it much. She thought he was just overworked. He was trying to expose them, I continued, but they caught him. They covered it up. His death was ruled natural causes. That's why he hid the journal, Sarah mused, a grim realization dawning on her face. He knew he was in danger, and the woman, the one who died in the cabin, my mother told me her name was Alice. She was a park ranger, a friend of my grandfather. She was trying to warn someone too, wasn't she? She was, I confirmed. She left me the SDOP message. And she also had a disc like the one the leader had with the star. A star, Sarah looked puzzled. What star? It's sharper, almost alien, I explained. Not like any star symbol I've ever seen. That's their true cult symbol, the one they always seem to have with them. We walked for another hour, the cold seeping into our bones. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The absence of pursuit was almost more unnerving than the sounds of their calls. It meant they were either very far behind or they were planning something. My mother also had something else, Sarah said, breaking the silence. An old map hand-drawn by my grandfather. It had strange symbols, 3 intertwined circles. The 3 intertwined circles, I repeated, that's their symbol. I saw it carved into the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith underground. And the metal disc, the cult symbol, was pressed into it during the ritual. My mother always thought it was some kind of coded map to a fishing spot, Sarah continued. She kept it because it was one of the few things she had of his. She never understood it, just kept it folded in an old photo album. Do you know where it is now? I asked, a spark of hope igniting. Yes, it's at her house in Elmwood, if we can get there. It could be crucial, I said. It might show other locations, other cult sites, or even how to stop them. We pressed on, our progress slow in the darkness. My GPS was our only guide, a small glowing rectangle showing our painfully slow advance towards the remote trailhead. Every so often I stopped, scanning the woods, listening intently. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. You said they called you the Guardian, Sarah asked after a long stretch of silence. Yes, above ground when I yelled at them to stop, and again down in the cavern. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. Harding was the original guardian of the woods fighting against them. He always felt a deep connection to the forest, Sarah mused. He saw himself as its protector. My mother told me that even after he stopped being a ranger, he'd still spend days out here just walking, observing. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails. Okay, she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. What now? Now we keep moving, I answered, grabbing her arm gently. Silently, we're not out of danger yet. They know we're out here and they know the woods better than we do. We started walking deeper into the dark, tangled forest. The moon offered only faint light dappling through the thick canopy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes darting into the shadows. Sarah, despite her earlier ordeal, moved with a surprising resilience, her fear now tempered by a quiet determination. Tell me everything, she whispered as we walked, her voice still raw. What did you find in my grandfather's journal? How did you know about the cult? I kept my voice low, speaking in clipped sentences as we navigated the treacherous terrain. He documented everything from 1967, the hooded figures, the rituals, the strange growls, the mechanical sounds, the light near the sentinel. He stumbled upon them by accident. He saw them perform sacrifices. Sarah gasped, a shudder running through her. Sacrifices? My mother only ever said he found something important and was agitated. She wouldn't talk about it much. She thought he was just overworked. He was trying to expose them, I continued, but they caught him. They covered it up. His death was ruled natural causes. That's why he hid the journal, Sarah mused, a grim realization dawning on her face. He knew he was in danger, and the woman, the one who died in the cabin. My mother told me her name was Alice. She was a park ranger, a friend of my grandfather. She was trying to warn someone too, wasn't she? She was, I confirmed. She left me the SDOP message. And she also had a disc like the one the leader had with the star. A star, Sarah looked puzzled. What star? It's sharper, almost alien, I explained. Not like any star symbol I've ever seen. That's their true cult symbol, the one they always seem to have with them. We walked for another hour, the cold seeping into our bones. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The absence of pursuit was almost more unnerving than the sounds of their calls. It meant they were either very far behind or they were planning something. My mother also had something else, Sarah said, breaking the silence. An old map hand-drawn by my grandfather. It had strange symbols, 3 intertwined circles. The 3 intertwined circles, I repeated, that's their symbol. I saw it carved into the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith underground. And the metal disc, the cult symbol, was pressed into it during the ritual. My mother always thought it was some kind of coded map to a fishing spot, Sarah continued. She kept it because it was one of the few things she had of his. She never understood it, just kept it folded in an old photo album. Do you know where it is now? I asked, a spark of hope igniting. Yes, it's at her house in Elmwood, if we can get there. It could be crucial, I said. It might show other locations, other cult sites, or even how to stop them. We pressed on, our progress slow in the darkness. My GPS was our only guide, a small glowing rectangle showing our painfully slow advance towards the remote trailhead. Every so often I stopped, scanning the woods, listening intently. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. You said they called you the Guardian, Sarah asked after a long stretch of silence. Yes, above ground when I yelled at them to stop, and again down in the cavern. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. Harding was the original guardian of the woods, fighting against them. He always felt a deep connection to the forest, Sarah mused. He saw himself as its protector. My mother told me that even after he stopped being a ranger, he'd still spend days out here just walking, observing. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west, off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails. Okay, she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. What now? Now we keep moving, I answered, grabbing her arm gently. Silently, we're not out of danger yet. They know we're out here and they know the woods better than we do. We started walking deeper into the dark, tangled forest. The moon offered only faint light dappling through the thick canopy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes darting into the shadows. Sarah, despite her earlier ordeal, moved with a surprising resilience, her fear now tempered by a quiet determination. Tell me everything, she whispered as we walked, her voice still raw. What did you find in my grandfather's journal? How did you know about the cult? I kept my voice low, speaking in clipped sentences as we navigated the treacherous terrain. He documented everything from 1967, the hooded figures, the rituals, the strange growls, the mechanical sounds, the light near the sentinel. He stumbled upon them by accident. He saw them perform sacrifices. Sarah gasped, a shudder running through her. Sacrifices? My mother only ever said he found something important and was agitated. She wouldn't talk about it much. She thought he was just overworked. He was trying to expose them, I continued, but they caught him. They covered it up. His death was ruled natural causes. That's why he hid the journal, Sarah mused, a grim realization dawning on her face. He knew he was in danger, and the woman, the one who died in the cabin. My mother told me her name was Alice. She was a park ranger, a friend of my grandfather. She was trying to warn someone too, wasn't she? She was, I confirmed. She left me the SDOP message. And she also had a disc like the one the leader had with the star. A star, Sarah looked puzzled. What star? It's sharper, almost alien, I explained. Not like any star symbol I've ever seen. That's their true cult symbol, the one they always seem to have with them. We walked for another hour, the cold seeping into our bones. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The absence of pursuit was almost more unnerving than the sounds of their calls. It meant they were either very far behind or they were planning something. My mother also had something else, Sarah said, breaking the silence. An old map hand-drawn by my grandfather. It had strange symbols, three intertwined circles. The three intertwined circles, I repeated, that's their symbol. I saw it carved into the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith underground. And the metal disc, the cult symbol, was pressed into it during the ritual. My mother always thought it was some kind of coded map to a fishing spot, Sarah continued. She kept it because it was one of the few things she had of his. She never understood it, just kept it folded in an old photo album. Do you know where it is now? I asked, a spark of hope igniting. Yes, it's at her house in Elmwood, if we can get there. It could be crucial, I said. It might show other locations, other cult sites, or even how to stop them. We pressed on, our progress slow in the darkness. My GPS was our only guide, a small glowing rectangle showing our painfully slow advance towards the remote trailhead. Every so often I stopped, scanning the woods, listening intently. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. You said they called you the Guardian, Sarah asked after a long stretch of silence. Yes, above ground when I yelled at them to stop, and again down in the cavern. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. Harding was the original guardian of the woods, fighting against them. He always felt a deep connection to the forest, Sarah mused. He saw himself as its protector. My mother told me that even after he stopped being a ranger, he'd still spend days out here just walking, observing. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west, off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails. Okay, she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. What now? Now we keep moving, I answered, grabbing her arm gently. Silently, we're not out of danger yet. They know we're out here and they know the woods better than we do. We started walking deeper into the dark, tangled forest. The moon offered only faint light dappling through the thick canopy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes darting into the shadows. Sarah, despite her earlier ordeal, moved with a surprising resilience, her fear now tempered by a quiet determination. Tell me everything, she whispered as we walked, her voice still raw. What did you find in my grandfather's journal? How did you know about the cult? I kept my voice low, speaking in clipped sentences as we navigated the treacherous terrain. He documented everything, from 1967, the hooded figures, the rituals, the strange growls, the mechanical sounds, the light near the Sentinel. He stumbled upon them by accident. He saw them perform sacrifices. Sarah gasped, a shudder running through her. Sacrifices? My mother only ever said he found something important and was agitated. She wouldn't talk about it much. She thought he was just overworked. He was trying to expose them, I continued, but they caught him. They covered it up. His death was ruled natural causes. That's why he hid the journal, Sarah mused, a grim realization dawning on her face. He knew he was in danger, and the woman, the one who died in the cabin, my mother told me her name was Alice. She was a park ranger, a friend of my grandfather. She was trying to warn someone too, wasn't she? She was, I confirmed. She left me the SDOP message. And she also had a disc like the one the leader had with the star. A star, Sarah looked puzzled. What star? It's sharper, almost alien, I explained. Not like any star symbol I've ever seen. That's their true cult symbol, the one they always seem to have with them. We walked for another hour, the cold seeping into our bones. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The absence of pursuit was almost more unnerving than the sounds of their calls. It meant they were either very far behind or they were planning something. My mother also had something else, Sarah said, breaking the silence. An old map hand-drawn by my grandfather. It had strange symbols, three intertwined circles. The three intertwined circles, I repeated, that's their symbol. I saw it carved into the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith underground. And the metal disc, the cult symbol, was pressed into it during the ritual. My mother always thought it was some kind of coded map to a fishing spot, Sarah continued. She kept it because it was one of the few things she had of his. She never understood it, just kept it folded in an old photo album. Do you know where it is now? I asked, a spark of hope igniting. Yes, it's at her house in Elmwood, if we can get there. It could be crucial, I said. It might show other locations, other cult sites, or even how to stop them. We pressed on, our progress slow in the darkness. My GPS was our only guide, a small glowing rectangle showing our painfully slow advance towards the remote trailhead. Every so often I stopped, scanning the woods, listening intently. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. You said they called you the Guardian, Sarah asked after a long stretch of silence. Yes, above ground when I yelled at them to stop, and again down in the cavern. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. Harding was the original guardian of the woods, fighting against them. He always felt a deep connection to the forest, Sarah mused. He saw himself as its protector. My mother told me that even after he stopped being a ranger, he'd still spend days out here just walking, observing. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails. Okay, she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. What now? Now we keep moving, I answered, grabbing her arm gently. Silently, we're not out of danger yet. They know we're out here and they know the woods better than we do. We started walking deeper into the dark, tangled forest. The moon offered only faint light dappling through the thick canopy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes darting into the shadows. Sarah, despite her earlier ordeal, moved with a surprising resilience, her fear now tempered by a quiet determination. Tell me everything, she whispered as we walked, her voice still raw. What did you find in my grandfather's journal? How did you know about the cult? I kept my voice low, speaking in clipped sentences as we navigated the treacherous terrain. He documented everything from 1967, the hooded figures, the rituals, the strange growls, the mechanical sounds, the light near the sentinel. He stumbled upon them by accident. He saw them perform sacrifices. Sarah gasped, a shudder running through her. Sacrifices? My mother only ever said he found something important and was agitated. She wouldn't talk about it much. She thought he was just overworked. He was trying to expose them, I continued, but they caught him. They covered it up. His death was ruled natural causes. That's why he hid the journal, Sarah mused, a grim realization dawning on her face. He knew he was in danger, and the woman, the one who died in the cabin, my mother told me her name was Alice. She was a park ranger, a friend of my grandfather. She was trying to warn someone too, wasn't she? She was, I confirmed. She left me the SDOP message. And she also had a disc like the one the leader had with the star. A star, Sarah looked puzzled. What star? It's sharper, almost alien, I explained. Not like any star symbol I've ever seen. That's their true cult symbol, the one they always seem to have with them. We walked for another hour, the cold seeping into our bones. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The absence of pursuit was almost more unnerving than the sounds of their calls. It meant they were either very far behind or they were planning something. My mother also had something else, Sarah said, breaking the silence. An old map hand-drawn by my grandfather. It had strange symbols, 3 intertwined circles. The 3 intertwined circles, I repeated, that's their symbol. I saw it carved into the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith underground. And the metal disc, the cult symbol, was pressed into it during the ritual. My mother always thought it was some kind of coded map to a fishing spot, Sarah continued. She kept it because it was one of the few things she had of his. She never understood it, just kept it folded in an old photo album. Do you know where it is now? I asked, a spark of hope igniting. Yes, it's at her house in Elmwood, if we can get there. It could be crucial, I said. It might show other locations, other cult sites, or even how to stop them. We pressed on, our progress slow in the darkness. My GPS was our only guide, a small glowing rectangle showing our painfully slow advance towards the remote trailhead. Every so often I stopped, scanning the woods, listening intently. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. You said they called you the Guardian, Sarah asked after a long stretch of silence. Yes, above ground when I yelled at them to stop, and again down in the cavern. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. Harding was the original guardian of the woods, fighting against them. He always felt a deep connection to the forest, Sarah mused. He saw himself as its protector. My mother told me that even after he stopped being a ranger, he'd still spend days out here just walking, observing. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. We need to get to my car. It's still a few miles west off the main Juniper Ridge Trail in a small, remote parking lot. We can't use the main trails. Okay, she said, her voice stronger now, the immediate danger past. What now? Now we keep moving, I answered, grabbing her arm gently. Silently, we're not out of danger yet, they know we. He must have seen something that made him realize the cult was a threat to the woods itself, not just the people in it, I suggested. The mechanical whine, the strange lights, those aren't natural. Sarah shivered, pulling her thin windbreaker tighter around her. My grandfather was a very practical man, a scientist at heart, even as a park ranger. He wouldn't have believed in ghosts or spirits. If he was agitated, if he felt compelled to hide things, it had to be something tangible, something real, something unnatural. Her voice trailed off, fear returning to her eyes. Precisely, I agreed. The journal mentions a shimmering portal on one of his last entries and a whisper from beyond. He described a profound, chilling cold coming from the monolith, a cold that felt unnatural even in the deepest cavern. What if the sacrifices aren't just for some dark god, but to power something, to open something? We walked in silence for a few more minutes, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the night air. The woods seemed to press in on us, every shadow a potential threat, every rustle of leaves a phantom cultist. The metallic sweet scent, though faint, seemed to cling to the air, a persistent reminder of the horror we had witnessed. The way they moved, Sarah finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. So fast, and they knew those tunnels like the back of their hand. They've been using that place for a long, long time, haven't they? Decades at least, I confirmed. Harding's journal starts in 67, and the monolith itself looked ancient. They've been here a lot longer than that, I'd wager, passed down through generations, perhaps. The thought was chilling. An entire secret society operating beneath the very nose of modern civilization for centuries. What was their ultimate goal? What dark power did they serve or seek to unleash? A sudden, sharp snap of a twig to our right made us both jump. We froze, pressing ourselves against the rough bark of a giant fir tree, hardly daring to breathe. My hand instinctively went to my hiking pole, my knuckles white. The sound didn't repeat. After a tense minute, I risked a slow, careful scan of the shadows, nothing. Probably just an animal, I whispered, though my heart was still pounding. We need to be extra careful now. They might have scouts out trying to cut us off. We continued, moving even more cautiously. The remote trailhead was still another mile or so away, according to the GPS. Every step was a battle against exhaustion and fear. Sarah, despite her ordeal, was holding up remarkably well, her determination a steady flame against the encroaching dread. Tell me more about Alice, Sarah urged, trying to distract herself from the unnerving silence. My mother always spoke fondly of her, said she was a spirited, intelligent woman. They lost touch after my grandfather died. She was also a guardian in her own way, I said. She was trying to warn anyone about the cult. She left me clues, symbols, a coded message. She knew about the journal. She even had one of their star discs, the one with the alien-like star. The cult must have caught on to her investigation just like they did with Harding. So they killed her too, Sarah finished, her voice flat, and made it look like an accident, just like my grandfather. The grim reality of the cult's reach settled over us. They were ruthless, efficient, and deeply embedded. We eventually reached a small, barely visible access road, heavily overgrown. This was it. The trailhead was just around the bend. My car, a dark shape beneath the towering pines, was a welcome sight. It felt like a lifetime since I'd left it there just a few hours ago. Thank God, Sarah breathed, a wave of palpable relief washing over her. We sprinted the last few yards, scrambling into the car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, and started the engine. The familiar rumble was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. Get down, I commanded, pulling the car quickly out of the parking spot, keeping my head low as I scanned the rearview mirror and side windows. The woods remained dark, silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I drove slowly at first, no headlights, until we were well away from the immediate trailhead, then switched them on, their beams cutting through the oppressive darkness of the unpaved logging road. We bumped and swayed, the car struggling with the rough terrain, but it was moving. We were moving away. Where are we going? Sarah asked, finally sitting up, her face still pale but her eyes shining with a fragile hope. First, to the nearest town where we can get some real food and clean up, I said, my voice thick with exhaustion. Then we need to make a plan. We can't go to the police, not yet, not with what we know. They're too powerful, too influential. They'd just dismiss us as crazy, or worse, they'd turn us over to the cult. Sarah nodded grimly. My mother always said some of the local officials were, well, unusually helpful to certain powerful families in the area. She never understood why. It makes sense now, they must be involved. It's a horrifying thought, I agreed, but it explains how they've operated in secret for so long. We need to be smart, we need proof. Harding's journal, your grandfather's map, and whatever else we can find. We drove for what felt like hours, the logging road eventually merging into a paved rural highway. As the first pale streaks of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, we pulled into a small, nondescript motel on the outskirts of a town called Raven's Hollow, about 40 miles from Juniper Ridge. It was early, deserted, perfect. I booked 2 separate rooms using cash and an assumed name. Sarah looked at me, a question in her eyes. Precaution, I explained. We don't want anyone tracing us, especially not them. Inside the room, the first thing I did was take a long, hot shower, trying to wash away the metallic sweet stench of the caverns, the dirt, and the lingering fear. When I emerged, wrapped in a towel, Sarah was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the wall. She looked utterly drained. You should shower too, I said gently. You'll feel better. She nodded slowly, then got up and went into the bathroom. I collapsed onto the bed, the mattress surprisingly soft. My body ached in places I didn't even know existed, but my mind was still racing, unable to truly rest. When Sarah emerged, fresh and looking a little less haunted, I ordered us some greasy diner food from a nearby place for delivery. We ate in silence, ravenously, the simple act of food feeling like a profound comfort. So, Sarah said, pushing away her empty plate, The map, my mother's house, it's in Elmwood, about a 3-hour drive from here. It's a small, quiet town. She lives alone now. My father passed away a few years ago. We need to get that map, I stated. It might be the key to understanding everything. We'll head out after we get a few hours of sleep. We need to be rested and alert. What if the cult knows about the map? Sarah asked, her green eyes wide with renewed worry. What if they're watching her house? It's a possibility, I conceded. But if your mother thought it was just a fishing map and never understood its true significance, then maybe they don't know it's there, or they don't know she has it. They caught you because you were digging, actively searching. Your mother, for all her concern about your grandfather, seems to have been unaware of the true danger. She's a very practical woman, Sarah said, a faint smile touching her lips. She always thought my grandfather's agitation was just him being a workaholic, getting too stressed about park politics. She'd never believe in a secret cult performing ancient rituals. Then we need to be extra careful, I said. We go in, get the map, and get out. We don't involve your mother unless absolutely necessary. The less she knows, the safer she is. Sarah nodded, agreed. She's been through enough. Losing my grandfather was hard on her, and then my father. Okay, I said, pushing myself up. Try to get some sleep. We leave before noon. I went back to my own room, but sleep wouldn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the hooded figures, the amber glow of the monolith, the terrified face of Sarah bound to the post. The mechanical whine, the strange growls, the cold fury in the leader's voice, they replayed in my mind like a terrifying loop. I lay there staring at the ceiling, my mind piecing together the fragments. Harding's journal, Alice's STOP message, the two Sarahs, the locket with Clara's picture, the cult symbols, the three intertwined circles, the alien star, the heart of the mountain, the sentinel, the metallic sweet smell, the light, the mechanical sounds. It all pointed to something far more sinister than a simple human cult. What if the mechanical whine wasn't just machinery, but something else? Something not from this world, the alien star symbol, the shimmering portal, the whisper from beyond. Harding's words were starting to take on a terrifying new dimension. I finally drifted off into a fitful sleep, plagued by nightmares of chanting figures and glowing monoliths. I woke with a jolt a few hours later, the sun streaming through the thin motel curtains. My body still ached, but the fear was replaced by a grim resolve. We had to do this, for Harding, for Alice, for the untold victims, and for the forest itself. I met Sarah in her room. She looked tired, but her eyes held a steady fire. Ready? She asked. As I'll ever be, I replied. Let's go get that map. The drive to Elmwood was uneventful. We stuck to smaller roads, avoiding major highways, always scanning the rearview mirror, always alert. Elmwood was indeed a quiet town, nestled in a valley with old houses and sleepy streets. Sarah gave me directions to her mother's house, a charming, if slightly weathered, Victorian-era home on a tree-lined street. We need a plan for getting inside, I said as we parked a few blocks away. Is your mother home? She usually is on Tuesdays, Sarah said, checking her watch. She volunteers at the local library in the afternoons, but she'll be home now. We need to be careful. She might recognize my car. We'll have to go on foot from here. Okay, I said. I'll go in first. You stay out here, keep watch. If anything looks suspicious, call me or just get in the car and drive away. Don't wait for me. No, Sarah said, shaking her head firmly. I'm coming with you. This is my grandfather's map, my family's legacy. I need to be there. I hesitated, then nodded. Her resolve was clear. All right, but you stay close. No sudden moves. We're in and out. We walked the few blocks, my senses on high alert. The neighborhood was quiet, almost idyllic, too quiet. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. Sarah led me to the back of the house. There's a spare key under the gnome by the back porch, she whispered. She's probably in the garden. We slipped through the gate, moving silently across the manicured lawn. The back door was old, the lock simple. I found the key, turned it, and we were inside. The house smelled of old books, potpourri, and faint cooking spices, a comforting grandmotherly scent that felt starkly out of place with our mission. Mom, Sarah called out softly just in case. No answer. She must be in the garden, Sarah whispered, pointing to a sunlit window. Her photo album is usually in the living room on the bottom shelf of the bookshelf. We crept into the living room. It was warm, filled with antique furniture and family photos, a beautiful life preserved in snapshots. On the bookshelf, among dozens of other albums, Sarah quickly located the one she was looking for. Here, she said, pulling out a thick leather-bound album. This is it. She flipped through pages of faded photographs, old vacations, birthdays, family gatherings. A younger Harding smiling, his arm around a woman who must have been Clara, a little girl who was clearly Sarah Jenkins. There, Sarah whispered, her finger tracing a faint, yellowed rectangle tucked into a pocket in the back cover. It was an old, folded piece of parchment. I carefully unfolded it. It was a hand-drawn map, meticulously detailed, clearly Harding's work. It showed a section of Juniper Ridge with familiar landmarks like the winding river and prominent peaks. But but scattered across it were strange, swirling symbols and three intertwined circles, clearly drawn with a darker, more deliberate hand. And several of the symbols seemed to converge on a specific location marked with a small, crude X. My heart hammered in my chest. This is it, I breathed. The map, the intertwined circles, they're everywhere. What does it mean? Sarah asked, her voice hushed. Before I could answer, we heard a sound, the unmistakable jingle of keys followed by the soft click of the front door. Mom, Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with alarm. We froze. Hide, I hissed, grabbing Sarah's arm and pulling her quickly behind a large, antique-standing screen in the corner of the living room. We crouched, barely daring to breathe, the map clutched in my hand. We heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through the house. Sarah, are you home, dear? A woman's voice called out, gentle and melodic. It was Sarah's mother. She's home early, Sarah whispered, her face pale. She usually stays at the library until 4. The footsteps grew closer, heading towards the living room. We pressed ourselves against the wall, trying to disappear into the shadows. Suddenly a new sound, a harsh, guttural voice, a voice I knew. We know you have it, Sarah Jenkins, where is it? My blood ran cold. The cult, they were here. They had anticipated us, or perhaps they were just watching her house, waiting. Sarah's mother cried out, a terrified gasp. Mom, Sarah whispered, trying to move. I held her back, my grip firm. No, we can't let them know we're here. We need to hear what they say. The leader's voice, cold and full of menace, echoed through the quiet house. Do not be foolish, old woman. Your father hid many things. The journal was but one. The map is another. Where is it? I don't know what you're talking about, Sarah Jenkins stammered, her voice trembling with fear. My father, he just had some old fishing maps. A harsh laugh. Fishing maps? Do you truly believe we are so easily deceived? Your father, Philip Harding, was a fool to defy us. His granddaughter is a fool to follow in his footsteps. And you, old woman, are a fool to protect their secrets. My stomach clenched. They knew about Sarah. They had been watching us all along. The quiet woods, the peaceful drive, it had all been a trap. There was a sickening thud, and Sarah Jenkins cried out, a sound of pain. Mom, Sarah gasped, tears welling in her eyes. She tried to surge forward. I held her tighter, my voice a fierce whisper. Don't, you'll only make it worse. They want that map. We have it. We have the advantage for now. Where is the journal? The leader demanded, his voice dangerously low. We know it was found. We know you gave it to this guardian. My eyes met Sarah's. They knew everything. I don't know where it is, Sarah Jenkins whimpered, clearly in agony. Another blow, a choked gasp. Sarah was shaking violently, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't make another sound. Her determination, however, was clearly warring with her fear. Enough games, the leader growled. We have seen the guardian at the heart of the mountain. We know he seeks to interfere, and we know he spoke with Alice. This trail leads back to your family, old woman, to your father's defiance, and now to your daughter's foolishness. The realization hit me like a physical blow. They weren't just looking for the map. They were trying to piece together the entire puzzle to understand how I, the new guardian, was connecting the dots. They wanted to silence anyone who had even a tangential connection to Harding and his secrets. I will ask you one last time, the leader's voice was a chilling whisper. Where is the map your father drew, the one with the 3 circles? A long silence, then Sarah Jenkins' voice, weak but defiant. I will never tell you. A furious roar. Then you are useless to us. Bring her. I heard scuffling, struggling. Sarah's mother cried out again, a fading sound. They're taking her, Sarah whispered, her eyes burning with rage. We have to stop them. No, I said, pulling her back. We can't, not like this. There are too many of them. We have the map. That's what they came for. We need to get out of here, analyze it, and then figure out how to stop them. They won't kill your mother right away. They'll try to extract information from her. My words were cold, pragmatic, but they were the truth. If we revealed ourselves now, we'd both be captured and the map would be lost. Just then, I heard the sound of heavy footsteps moving towards the front door. The cultists were leaving. Wait until they're gone, I murmured, then we move. We listened, every nerve frayed, as the front door opened, then slammed shut. The sound of a car starting, then driving away. The house was silent once more, but the air vibrated with the aftermath of violence. Sarah burst from behind the screen, rushing towards where her mother had been. I followed, scanning the room for any lingering threats. The living room was empty, no sign of Sarah Jenkins. A small pool of blood stained the Persian rug where she had stood. Sarah fell to her knees, touching the blood with a trembling hand, tears streaming down her face. Mom, she sobbed. Oh God, Mom. I knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. I'm so sorry, Sarah. We're going to get her back. We have the map. This is our chance to understand what they're truly after, and then we'll stop them. She looked up at me, her eyes red-rimmed but fierce. They will pay, she whispered. They will all pay. We need to go, I urged gently. Staying here is too dangerous. They might send someone back to check. Sarah nodded, a grim resolve settling on her face. She took one last, pained look at the stained rug, then rose. We exited the house through the back door just as silently as we had entered. The quiet suburban street now felt like a battlefield. We walked quickly back to my car, got in, and I drove away, merging back onto the main road heading out of Elmwood. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. The image of the cult leader, his chilling certainty, their knowledge of Harding, Alice, and now Sarah, filled me with a cold fury. They were everywhere. They had eyes and ears in places we couldn't even imagine. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "We find a safe place far from here," I said, my gaze fixed on the road. "And we study this map, every inch of it. Harding put his life into this. It has to hold the answers." We drove for another several hours, putting as much distance between us and Elmwood as possible. I chose a remote cabin I knew far up in the mountains, a place I'd used for isolated research trips. It was off-grid, well hidden, and stocked with emergency supplies. No internet, no cell service, a true blackout zone. We arrived just before nightfall. The cabin was rustic, nestled deep in a dense forest surrounded by towering pines. It felt like a sanctuary after the harrowing day. Inside, I lit the old kerosene lamp, casting a warm, flickering glow across the single room. A wood-burning stove already had split logs stacked beside it. I started a fire, the crackling flames offering a welcome warmth against the evening chill. Sarah sat at the small wooden table, spreading out her grandfather's map. Her hands were still trembling slightly, but her focus was intense. "Let's look at this closely," I said, joining her. The map was a masterpiece of meticulous detail and cryptic symbolism. The familiar topography of Juniper Ridge was laid out, but overlaid with a network of strange markings. There were lines that intersected, circles within circles, and those distinct, three intertwined circles repeating at various points. "These three circles," I pointed. "They're carved on the altar stone at the Sentinel and on the monolith in the heart of the mountain. They're their symbol, but what do they represent?" Sarah traced one of the lines with her finger. "My mother thought these lines were trails or paths to fishing spots, but look here," she pointed to a cluster of symbols. "This doesn't look like a trail, it looks like circuitry or some kind of energy flow." I leaned closer. She was right. Some of the lines weren't simply geographical features. They were stylized, almost abstract, connecting different points on the map where the three intertwined circles appeared. And at the center of several of these intersections, Harding had drawn the alien-like star symbol. "The star," I whispered, "the true cult symbol, the one on Alice's disc and the leader's disc, and the one they pressed into the monolith during the ritual." "And look at this," Sarah pointed to the X mark I had noticed earlier. It was surrounded by a larger, more elaborate rendition of the three intertwined circles, and within that, the star. "This X, it's in the area of the Sentinel, isn't it?" I pulled out my own topographical map of Juniper Ridge, unfurling it carefully beside Harding's. I found the Sentinel on my map, then tried to align Harding's ancient drawing with modern geography. "It is," I confirmed, my voice hushed. "This X on Harding's map, it marks the exact location of the Sentinel, the stone altar, and the entrance to the cavern system." "So he marked their main site," Sarah mused. "But why all these other symbols, these lines, these other intertwined circles? There are at least 5 other locations marked with the 3 circles, each with their own network of lines and a smaller star symbol." My mind raced. What if these aren't just symbols of belief, Sarah? What if they're functional? What if Harding, in his meticulous way, was mapping out not just their ritual sites, but something else? Something connected to the mechanical wine and the strange lights. "He was a park ranger," Sarah said. "He'd know the geology of the area. He'd know about underground springs, mineral deposits, rock formations." "The metallic sweet smell," I added, remembering the overwhelming scent in the caverns. "That's not natural, that's a byproduct of something. What if it's not a cult in the traditional sense, worshipping some ancient deity, but something industrial, or even, as Harding hinted, something alien?" The implications were terrifying. If this cult wasn't just about dark rituals, but about harnessing some unknown power, some technology, or even communicating with something from another world, then the stakes were astronomically higher. Sarah traced the lines on the map again. These lines, they almost look like veins or conduits, and they connect all the sites marked with the 3 circles radiating out from the Sentinel. "A network," I breathed, "a network of sites. The Sentinel is the hub, the heart of the mountain is where they perform the most powerful rituals. What if the rituals are generating power or opening those shimmering portals?" I remembered Harding's journal entry, the light pulses growing stronger with each incantation, the cold it emanates from the monolith itself, and the sound, that grinding mechanical whine. It is not of this earth. Something is being awakened. Harding also mentioned the whisper from beyond, Sarah recalled. What if they're trying to contact something through these rituals, and the sacrifices are to fuel that connection or to bring something through? The thought made my blood run cold. Human sacrifices as fuel. It was an ancient, horrific concept, but if applied to a non-human, perhaps technological entity, it took on a chilling, almost scientific precision. We need to go to these other sites, I declared, my voice firm. We need to see what Harding saw. We need to understand this network. It's dangerous, Sarah said, her voice filled with apprehension. They'll be looking for us, especially after what happened at my mother's house. I know, I said, meeting her gaze. But we can't let them win. Your grandfather fought them. Alice fought them. Now it's our turn. We have the map. We have Harding's journal. We have to finish what they started. Sarah looked at the map, then at me. Her fear was still there, but beneath it a renewed determination burned bright. You're right, she said, her voice steady. We can't stop now. My mother, she's depending on us. We spent the rest of the night poring over the map, comparing it to my GPS data, trying to identify the other locations marked with the 3 intertwined circles. Harding's meticulous hand had provided enough detail to cross-reference with modern topographical data, even if it meant painstakingly matching ancient rock formations and stream bends. By dawn, we had identified 3 other potential sites on my digital map, all within a 10 to 20-mile radius of the Sentinel. They were all in remote, rugged parts of Juniper Ridge, far from any established trails or logging roads, places only someone intimately familiar with the woods like Harding would know. These are probably secondary ritual sites, I theorized. Perhaps to amplify the power of the main site or to channel it, or maybe they are points of ingress-egress for whatever beyond Harding spoke of. The metallic smell was stronger at the Sentinel, Sarah noted. In the subterranean chamber, what if the source is deep underground and these other sites are points of interface drawing power or energy to it? It's possible, I said. We need to be methodical. We need to scout each site, gather evidence, and try to understand what these lines and circles actually do. But we have to be stealthy. We can't afford to be caught again. We devised a strategy. We would leave the cabin early, approach each site under the cover of dense forest, and observe from a distance. We wouldn't engage the cultists unless absolutely necessary. Our goal was intelligence, not confrontation, at least not yet. We needed to understand the scope of their operation before we could hope to dismantle it. The next morning, after a meager breakfast, we packed our gear. I had a few spare batteries for my headlamp, a basic first aid kit, some high-energy snacks, and my ever-present hiking pole. Sarah, having lost most of her gear, relied on what I could spare and her own resilience. We decided to take one of my older, less conspicuous cars, leaving the main one hidden in the cabin's garage. The drive was long and silent, our thoughts heavy with the task ahead. As we approached the general vicinity of the first secondary site, deep in a rarely visited section of the park, I parked the car far off the main track, hidden by a thick stand of pines. From here we go on foot, I whispered. Stay sharp, eyes and ears open. The hike was arduous, through trackless wilderness, dense undergrowth, and steep inclines. The air grew colder as we ascended, the familiar, earthy scent of the forest a stark contrast to the metallic sweet aroma that still haunted my memory. After several hours of strenuous hiking, guided by my GPS and Harding's map, we finally reached the approximate location of the first secondary site. We climbed a rocky outcrop, providing us with a panoramic view of the area. Below us, nestled in a hidden dell, was a clearing. And in the center of the clearing, surrounded by a ring of ancient, gnarled trees, stood another stone structure. It was smaller than the Sentinel, less imposing, but unmistakably of the same design. A low, flat altar stone carved with the 3 intertwined circles. But there was something else. Surrounding the altar, almost seamlessly blending with the natural rock, were several large, irregularly shaped metal objects. They were dark, dull, and covered in moss and lichen, making them almost invisible against the forest floor. They looked like some kind of ancient, forgotten machinery or perhaps natural mineral formations that had been worked and shaped. And there, unmistakably, was the metallic sweet smell, faint but distinct, carried on the breeze. They're here, Sarah whispered, her voice tight. This is one of them. We hunkered down, observing. The clearing was empty, no cultists, no signs of recent activity, no fresh tracks, no smoldering fires. It looked abandoned, ancient. What are those things? Sarah asked, pointing at the metal objects. They look artificial but ancient. I don't know, I admitted, but they're clearly part of the network. Harding drew lines connecting this site to the Sentinel. What if these are power conduits or receptors? As we watched, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the dell. The air grew colder. Then, just as twilight deepened, a faint hum began to emanate from the metal structures. It was a low, resonant thrumming, almost imperceptible at first, but slowly growing stronger. It vibrated through the ground, a subtle tremor that unnerved me to my core. And then light. Not the amber glow of the monolith, but a faint, pulsing blue light emanating from cracks and crevices within the metal objects. It pulsed rhythmically in sync with the low hum, casting an otherworldly glow on the surrounding trees. My God, Sarah breathed, her hand flying to her mouth. It's exactly like my grandfather described, the lights, the sounds. The hum intensified, becoming a low, mechanical whine echoing through the silent woods. It wasn't natural. It was mechanical, powerful, and deeply unsettling. And with the whine, the metallic sweet smell grew stronger, almost pungent now. We watched, mesmerized and terrified, as the blue light pulsed faster, the hum rising in pitch. The entire dell seemed to vibrate with a suppressed energy. Then, from the depths of the forest, we heard it, chanting. Low, guttural voices, distinct from the mechanical whine, rising and falling in an ancient, unholy rhythm. They were approaching the dell. Cultists, I whispered, they're coming, we need to go now. We began to retreat, moving as silently as possible, scrambling back down the rocky outcrop, putting distance between ourselves and the pulsating blue light and the approaching chants. We didn't want to be caught in the open. We found a hidden spot, a small cave sheltered by thick bushes about a quarter of a mile from the dell. From there, we could still see the blue light pulsating through the trees and hear the growing intensity of the chanting. They're performing a ritual, Sarah whispered, her face pale in the dim light, just like at the Sentinel. But there's no sacrifice, I noted, scanning the clearing through the gaps in the foliage. At least not that we can see from here, unless they bring one in at the last moment. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied. The mechanical whine reached a peak, a high-pitched, almost unbearable shriek that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. The blue light flared, blindingly bright, then settled into a steady, intense glow. And then, a wave of shimmering energy washed over the clearing. It pulsed, brighter than anything I had ever witnessed, a pure, blinding blue that seemed to rip at the very fabric of the night. The mechanical shriek became an unbearable tearing sound, as if the air itself was being shredded. The trees around the clearing bent and swayed, not from wind, but from the sheer force of the emitted energy. Then, just as quickly as it had erupted, the light collapsed inward, shrinking to a pinpoint before vanishing entirely. The mechanical whine cut off abruptly, leaving an unnerving, absolute silence. The chanting ceased. The dell was plunged back into darkness, the only visible light the faint gleam of stars through the canopy. The metallic sweet scent hung thick and heavy, almost choking. What was that? Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I don't know, I admitted, my own heart hammering against my ribs, but it felt powerful, like a surge, a connection. We waited, straining our ears for any sound. After several minutes, the low, guttural chanting resumed, but it was fainter now and seemed to be receding, moving away from the dell. The cultists were leaving. They've finished their ritual here, I murmured. Whatever they were doing, it's done. What if they left someone behind? Sarah asked, her hand gripping my arm. We need to be sure, I said, my gaze fixed on the dell. We need to get closer, see what they were doing, what those metal structures are. We waited another 15 minutes, ensuring the cultists were truly gone. Then, cautiously, we began to move, descending the rocky outcrop and creeping through the dense undergrowth towards the dell. Every snapped twig underfoot sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. As we neared the clearing, the metallic sweet smell intensified, making my head swim. We emerged from the tree line, our eyes scanning the ancient stone altar and the strange metal objects. They were no longer humming or glowing. They were cold, inert, yet radiated a palpable sense of residual energy. I approached one of the metal structures, careful not to touch it. It was unlike any earthly metal I knew, dark, impossibly smooth in places, but fused with the surrounding rock as if it had grown there. Some sections seemed to pulse with an internal shimmer, even without light. Sarah pointed to the altar stone. Look, there's something new. On the flat surface of the altar, where the three intertwined circles were carved, a faint, wispy haze lingered. And within that haze, I could just make out a fresh impression, a perfect imprint of the alien-like star symbol, as if it had been pressed into the stone with immense force and heat. They activated it, I whispered. They used their disc just like at the Sentinel, but what were they activating? I pulled out Harding's journal, flipping to the last entries. A shimmering portal, I read aloud, and a whisper from beyond. He described the monolith at the Sentinel as drawing power. What if these secondary sites are part of a larger energy grid, funneling power to the main site or perhaps creating localized points of transmission? Transmission of what? Sarah asked, her voice hushed. Before I could answer, a faint, rhythmic thump-thump-thump echoed from deep within the metallic structures. It was subtle, almost a heartbeat deep within the ground. It resonated with the metallic smell, creating a disorienting, sickening sensation. It's still active, I said, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine. Something is still operating. This isn't just a ritual site, it's a piece of machinery. Sarah suddenly gasped, her eyes wide, staring at a patch of exposed rock near one of the metal objects. Look, what is that? I followed her gaze. Etched onto the rock face, barely visible beneath a thin layer of grime, were symbols, not the three intertwined circles nor the alien star. These were different, angular, intricate, almost like a strange, alien script. And next to them, faintly glowing, was a small, perfectly circular depression about the size of the cult's metal disc. A keyhole, I breathed, my mind racing. For the disc, this isn't just for ceremony, Sarah, this is technology, ancient alien technology disguised as ritual. The implication was staggering. The cult wasn't just worshipping a dark god, they were operating a machine. A machine that Harding had glimpsed the true nature of, a machine that could open portals and communicate with beyond. Harding's journal, I said, flipping through it again. He mentions the pulse and the resonance at the Sentinel. What if each of these sites generates a frequency, and all of them combined create a focused beam, a pathway? A pathway for what? Sarah asked, her eyes darting nervously around the now silent dell. For whatever is beyond, I answered. For whatever created the alien star symbol, what if the sacrifices aren't just to power it, but to feed it, to draw it through? The thought was horrifying. We were no longer dealing with mere human fanatics, but with something far older, far more dangerous. We need to find the others, Sarah said, her voice firm despite the fear in her eyes. We need to understand how this network works, how it's powered, how to shut it down. We stayed at the site long enough to sketch the new symbols and the layout of the metal objects, cross-referencing them with Harding's map. The rhythmic thump-thump-thump continued, a constant, unsettling pulse beneath the earth. We retreated from the dell, hiking back to the cabin under the cloak of night, our minds buzzing with the new revelations. The sheer scale of the cult's operation and the terrifying nature of what they were trying to achieve was slowly dawning on us. Back at the cabin by the flickering lamplight, we compared Harding's map with our observations. The new symbols, the rhythmic pulse, the nature of the metal structures, it all pointed to an advanced, non-terrestrial system. These lines, Sarah pointed to the map, tracing them with her finger, they're not just energy conduits, they're pathways. Think of it like a circuit board. Each of these 5 sites, including the Sentinel, are nodes. In the heart of the mountain, that's the central processor, the true nexus. And the sacrifices, I added, they weren't just ritual offerings. They were biomass, energy, a way to bridge the gap, to pull something from another dimension. Or to send something out, Sarah mused, a new horror dawning on her face. What if they're not bringing something here, but sending something to it or through it? The image of her mother, captured and likely imprisoned, spurred us onward. We had to act. We identified the next 2 secondary sites on the map, both further north in the park. This time we went even more prepared. I dug out an old pair of binoculars, a small multi-tool, and a digital camera, hoping to capture visual evidence. The next few days blurred into a grueling cycle of hiking, observing, and discovering. Each secondary site followed a similar pattern, a clearing in altar stone and ancient, moss-covered metallic structures that hummed and pulsed with blue light at twilight. Each site also had the same alien script etched into nearby rock and a depression for the cult disc. And at each site we experienced the same sickening metallic sweet smell and the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of subterranean machinery. We meticulously documented everything, taking photos of the structures, the symbols, and the glowing patterns. We noted the subtle variations in the hum and the light, trying to discern a pattern, a purpose. By the 4th day, we had visited all 5 secondary sites. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, revealing a horrifying mosaic. The map wasn't just a map of ritual sites, it was a blueprint of an alien power grid. It's a communication array, I finally concluded, spreading out all our notes and photos on the cabin table. Or a dimensional gateway. The Sentinel is the primary activation point. The 5 secondary sites amplify and focus the energy. In the heart of the mountain, that's where the primary gateway, the shimmering portal, is located. And the sacrifices, Sarah added, they provide the burst of energy, the vital life force to push the connection, to stabilize the portal, or to draw whatever is on the other side through. The whisper from beyond, I said. Harding heard it. They're establishing contact, or they're preparing for an arrival. So the ultimate goal isn't just to worship some dark entity, Sarah said, her voice grim, but to bring it here, to open a doorway. Exactly, I affirmed. And the cultists, they're not just priests, they're operators, guardians of this ancient alien technology. What about my mother? Sarah asked, her voice filled with urgency. Do you think they're keeping her at the Sentinel? It's the most logical place, I responded. It's their main operational hub, and it has the underground cavern system. If they want to extract information from her, they'd keep her there. Then we go back, Sarah declared, her eyes burning with a fierce resolve. We have the map, we understand how it works, we have to shut it down, and we have to get my mother. The plan was audacious, dangerous, and likely suicidal, but we had no other choice. We were the only ones who knew the truth, the only ones who could stop them. We spent the rest of the day planning our return to the Sentinel. We reviewed every detail of Harding's map, every observation from the journal, every piece of evidence we had gathered. Our goal was to not just disrupt a ritual, but to dismantle the entire network, to render the alien technology inert. Harding's map had one last secret, one small, almost imperceptible symbol near the Sentinel that I had initially dismissed as a geological marker. It was a crude drawing of a lever, or a switch, tucked away in a less prominent area of the map, connected to one of the radiating lines. What if this is a failsafe? I wondered aloud, pointing to the symbol. Harding knew their methods, he understood the mechanism. What if he found a way to shut it down or at least severely disrupt it? A kill switch, Sarah breathed. My grandfather was a genius. He wasn't just observing, he was looking for a solution. The symbol was located near the entrance to the cavern system at the Sentinel, but in a discreet, easily overlooked crevice. It was a long shot, but it was our only hope of truly disabling the system. The following night, under a new moon that offered minimal light, we approached the Sentinel again. This time our hearts were pounding not just with fear, but with a fierce, burning determination. We were no longer just running, we were fighting back. We moved through the forest like ghosts, using the knowledge gained from Harding's map to navigate hidden paths and avoid known cult patrols. The metallic sweet smell grew stronger as we neared the clearing, a sickening perfume of otherworldliness. We reached the rocky ridge overlooking the Sentinel. Below us, the clearing was a hive of activity. Dozens of hooded figures moved about, preparing for a ritual. The amber glow of the monolith was intense, pulsing with suppressed power. The low, guttural chanting had already begun, a slow, building crescendo that seeped into our bones. We scanned the clearing, looking for any sign of Sarah's mother. We saw no prisoners, no signs of distress, only the uniformed cultists, their faces hidden by their hoods. We need to get to that entrance, I whispered, pointing to the cavern mouth, partially obscured by shadow. That's where they'd be holding her, and that's where Harding's kill switch might be. We waited for our moment, the chanting growing louder, the monolith's glow intensifying. A group of cultists moved away from the cavern entrance, heading towards the altar. This was our chance. Stay low, stay silent, I instructed Sarah. Follow my lead. We descended the ridge, creeping through the undergrowth, our eyes fixed on the cavern entrance. The ground vibrated with the power of the monolith, and the mechanical whine began to build, a low thrumming that was slowly rising in pitch. We reached the entrance, a gaping maw in the rock face, unobserved. The metallic sweet smell was overwhelming here, almost intoxicating. This is it, I whispered. Remember the plan, get your mother, I'll look for the switch. Sarah nodded, her face grim. Be careful. We slipped into the dark cavern. The air was cold, damp, and heavy with the pervasive metallic scent. We moved through the familiar tunnels, guided by the faint glow of my headlamp and our memory of the previous escape. They're not far, Sarah whispered, pointing to a faint light ahead, and I hear voices. We crept closer, pressing ourselves against the rough-hewn rock. The voices were clearer now, coming from a side chamber. I recognized the leader's chilling baritone. She remains defiant, the leader said, his voice cold. But the ritual proceeds, the connection deepens, soon she will be irrelevant. Sarah's mother was here. You go, I whispered to Sarah. I'll create a diversion, draw them away, then I'll find that switch. Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with fear, but also with fierce determination. She nodded, don't get caught. You too, I replied, then took a deep breath. I stepped out from behind the rock, pulling a small flare from my pack. I ignited it, throwing it down the main tunnel towards the core of the heart of the mountain, away from Sarah's mother's chamber. The bright, sputtering light cast dancing shadows, momentarily illuminating the cavern. Stop this, I roared, my voice echoing through the tunnels. Your time is over. As expected, a flurry of shouts erupted from the side chamber. I heard heavy footsteps rushing towards the main tunnel, away from Sarah's mother. The Guardian, I heard the leader's furious voice. He returns, capture him, do not let him interfere with the final activation. I turned and ran in the opposite direction, deeper into a series of smaller, less used passages, hoping to draw them away. Sarah, meanwhile, had already slipped into the side chamber. I navigated the labyrinthine tunnels, the sounds of pursuit close behind me. My heart pounded, adrenaline surging through my veins. I knew these tunnels thanks to Harding's journal. I had studied his meticulously drawn diagrams, learning the hidden nooks and forgotten passages. I finally found it. A small, recessed alcove, barely noticeable, camouflaged by a naturally occurring rock formation. And there within the alcove was a crude but unmistakable lever carved from dark, crystalline rock. It was connected to a series of pulsating metallic veins embedded in the cavern wall, exactly as Harding's map had depicted. The rhythmic thump-thump-thump was deafening here, resonating through my bones. The air vibrated with raw power. The mechanical whine from the main chamber was reaching a fever pitch, an agonizing shriek that felt like the world was being torn apart. This was it, the kill switch. I reached for the lever, my fingers trembling. It was cold, unnaturally so, even in the already frigid cavern. As my hand closed around it, a jolt of energy shot through me, a chilling, almost electric sensation. Just as I was about to pull, a figure lunged from the shadows behind me. It was the leader, his hood thrown back, his face a mask of furious rage. He was older than I'd thought, his eyes burning with an ancient, fanatic zeal. You will not stop us, he roared, lunging with a ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming in the faint light. The awakening is at hand. I sidestepped his attack, the dagger whistling past my ear. I swung my hiking pole, connecting with his arm. He grunted in pain, but his momentum was relentless. He was stronger, faster than I anticipated, fueled by a terrifying, unholy conviction. We grappled the close confines of the alcove, making it a brutal, desperate struggle. He was trying to push me away from the lever to protect his sacred machine. I was fighting for the fate of the forest, for Sarah's mother, for humanity itself. The mechanical whine from the heart of the mountain swelled, becoming an unbearable scream. The air shimmered, and a faint, blinding blue light began to emanate from the walls of the alcove, reflecting the energy building in the main chamber. "It is opening," the leader shrieked, his eyes wide with fanatic ecstasy. "The portal, our lord, comes." He threw me against the cavern wall, my head hitting the rock with a sickening thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes, but I forced myself to stay conscious. He moved towards the lever, his hand reaching for it, not to pull it, but to prevent me from doing so, to safeguard his master's arrival. With a surge of desperate strength, I lunged, tackling him from behind. We fell, rolling over the rough ground, the crystalline lever just inches from my grasping fingers. He snarled, twisting his grip like iron. "You fool, you cannot comprehend the power you seek to deny. This is salvation." But I wasn't listening. I saw the lever. I saw the desperate terror in Sarah's eyes when her mother was taken. I saw Harding's faded journal, his life dedicated to stopping this. With a guttural roar, I channeled every ounce of my remaining strength into one final push. My hand shot out, grasping the cold, crystalline lever. The leader screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated anguish and rage. "N-O-O-O." I pulled. With a deafening crack, the lever snapped into place. Immediately, the rhythmic thump-thump-thump ceased. The mechanical whine from the heart of the mountain wasn't just silenced, it reversed, becoming a deep, sucking sound like a giant vacuum. The blue light in the alcove and presumably throughout the network flared once blindingly, then vanished, leaving us in sudden, absolute darkness. The entire cavern trembled violently. Dust and small rocks rained down from the ceiling. A deep, resonant groan echoed from the depths of the mountain, a sound of immense power dying. The cult leader lay on the ground, twitching, clutching his chest, a look of utter despair and horror on his face. "No, what have you done? You have doomed us all," he choked out, his voice a ragged whisper. I scrambled away from him, my body aching, my head throbbing. The cavern continued to shake, more violently now. "Sarah," I yelled, my voice hoarse, "we need to go now." Then a new sound cut through the rumbling, a high-pitched, triumphant scream. It was Sarah. "Mom," she cried, her voice filled with relief. I stumbled back towards the main tunnel, headlamp beam cutting through the chaos. I saw them. Sarah supporting her mother, Sarah Jenkins, who was weak but alive. They were making their way towards me, scrambling over fallen rocks. "This way," I shouted, pointing towards the entrance we had come from. We ran, the three of us, fueled by adrenaline and a primal urge to survive. The cavern was collapsing around us. Large sections of the ceiling gave way, sending massive boulders crashing down. The metallic sweet smell was fading, replaced by the scent of ozone and dust. As we neared the entrance, a final, earth-shattering tremor ripped through the mountain. The mouth of the cavern began to close, rocks sliding and grinding, sealing off the nightmare within. We burst out into the night, gasping for breath, just as the entrance slammed shut with a final, deafening roar. Behind us, the mountain continued to rumble, a dying groan of ancient, alien technology collapsing in on itself. The ritual in the clearing had been thrown into chaos. Cultists were screaming, running in every direction, their sacred monolith now dark and inert. The amber glow was gone. The heart of the mountain was silent. "We did it," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face, clutching her mother tightly. "We stopped them." Sarah Jenkins, pale and bruised, looked up at me, her eyes filled with gratitude and dawning horror. What was all that?" "I'll explain later," I said, my voice thick with exhaustion. "Right now we need to get out of here. This mountain is coming down." We started running, away from the sentinel, away from the chaos, away from the collapsing mountain. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs ached, until the sounds of the mountain's final death throes faded behind us. We reached the car, hidden deep in the woods. We piled in, exhausted but alive, Sarah Jenkins wrapped in a blanket from my emergency kit. I drove away, leaving Juniper Ridge behind, knowing that a darkness had been banished, a network of alien power shut down, perhaps permanently. The police investigation into the seismic activity at Juniper Ridge eventually concluded with reports of an unprecedented underground collapse, citing natural causes. The cultists, without their leader and their power source, scattered and disappeared into the shadows, their influence broken. Some were arrested for various minor offenses, but the true nature of their activities, the alien technology and the portal, remained hidden, a secret buried deep beneath the earth. Sarah's mother recovered slowly, physically and emotionally. The experience had been traumatizing, but she was alive. Sarah stayed with her for a long time, helping her heal, helping her come to terms with the horrifying truth of her family's legacy. As for us, Sarah and I, we never truly went back to our old lives. We had seen too much, fought too hard, sacrificed too much. We became silent guardians ourselves, watching the woods, scanning the news, always vigilant for any sign of the cult's return or any new whispers from beyond. Harding's journal, Alice's disc, and the fragments of the cult leader's disc became our sacred trust, locked away but always accessible. The map, however, we eventually burned, its secrets now etched into our memories, its dangerous knowledge contained. The woods slowly healed, the metallic sweet smell fading with the passage of time. The mechanical whine was replaced by the rustle of leaves, the hoot of owls, the symphony of nature reclaiming its rightful domain. But sometimes, when the moon was full and the wind whispered through the ancient pines, I swore I could still hear a faint echo of the distant thump-thump-thump, a reminder that some doors once opened can never be truly sealed, and that even in the deepest, most pristine wilderness there are secrets far older and more terrible than humanity could ever imagine. We were the guardians now, and our vigil had just begun.